This is a day where we honor the heritage, the history, and the progress of our beloved country, Oman. It's a day that resonates with the pride of our ancestors, the unity of our present, and the aspiration of our future. It is a celebration that is deep rooted into our culture, our collective resilience, and the vision that has guided us to where we stand here today.
As we continue today's program, may we carry the spirit of our National Day within us, the spirit of dedication, collaboration, and unyielding determination that embodies what it means to be a proud Omani. Let's channel the same honor and commitment into our discussions and collaborations throughout the day. So without further ado, let's dive into today's agenda.
We are excited to start today's session with an exciting topic. This topic focuses on both a timely and a crucial element, titled Ethical Dilemmas and Its Blind Spots. In our complex professional environment, we often face a lot of ethical dilemmas in decision making. And usually, these dilemmas lie beneath the surface, presenting dilemmas that can significantly impact our decision making. We are honored to welcome Hamza Bakr, Chief Audit Executive at Oman Arab Bank and Chairman of Audit Committee at OMCO, as our moderator of the session. With his over 20 years of experience, both strategic and operational, he has gained unparalleled insight into the ethical decision-making dilemmas and challenges, transforming internal audit functions into value-added assurance providers. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Hamza Bakr.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Ismail, for the introduction. First of all, I would like to wish everyone a very happy National Day. Welcome to day 2 of the IIA Oman Summit, where we will be discussing ethical dilemmas and blind spots in internal audit. It gives me pleasure introducing a distinguished lineup of panelists we have. And I would like to call them on stage. We have Ms. Nabila Al-Jasri, who is the Chief Internal Audit at Oman Investment Authority. She has previously worked at Shell, IIA Wastewater, which is now Nama Water Services, KPMG. She has over 20 years of experience. She is an FCCA, CIA, and a Certified Investment Management Analyst. A big round of applause. We have Mr. Mohammed Al-Zajjali, who is GM, Sector Chief, Regulatory Oversight and Financial Stability at the Financial Services Authority. He has previously worked as an audit and examination expert at FSA. He has over 15 years of experience, and he is an FCCA. May I welcome him to the stage, please. And finally, we have Mr. Javier Garcia Cuadrado, the Chief Audit Executive at Zain Group. He has previously worked at Viscofan, Etisalat, and Telefonica. He also has over 20 years of experience. Welcome, Garcia. Okay, so we will be talking about ethical dilemmas and blind spots in internal audit. Now, in preparation for this panel discussion, we listed around 10 ethical dilemmas. Of course, because of the time we have, I don't think we will be able to discuss them all. We will discuss a few which are very relevant to our profession and our field. I am sure, if not all, most of us have faced such dilemmas. And we will be discussing the perspectives and how the professionals here dealt with it. So first dilemma we have on hand is independence and objectivity, which is where auditors must maintain independence and objectivity in their work. However, we are part of the organization and we develop close relationships with management, which could cloud our judgments at times. I believe this dilemma, I would ask Mr. Mohammed to shed some light on it and tell us how he would deal with it personally if you have faced with such a scenario, and how did you deal with it?
Thank you, Hamza, and good morning, everybody. When preparing for this session and for this panel discussion, I thought that about the matters that the internal auditor as a human beings can add to the internal audit profession. And I was in a discussion with a friend. You know, the GCC country went through a FATF assessment recently, and he gave me a story of a bank here in the GCC where they have implemented analytical tool to identify, it's in the anti-fraud department within that bank, to identify a money laundering situation. The tool itself, which was embedded with some AI in that tool, has identified the red flags that there is an ML suspicion case that has to be reported. That case, when it has been shown to the CEO of the company, the CEO decided, or the bank decided that let us keep it aside because we are going through the assessment. That case will impact our assessment as a country. The lesson or the idea that I'm trying to present here, that the AI analytical tools, whatever, it will be like a tool that will help us addressing our duty, how to exercise our professional care when we are exercising our duty. But those AI tools, they lack the ethics. If there were no internal auditor in that situation, the matter would be reported to the board of directors, to the audit committee. So, by starting with this note and setting in a regulatory seat, some of the dilemmas that we faced during our regulatory inspection of the company, that some of the internal auditor, they are using a term of milding things, how to downgrade the severity of the cases that has been reported so far. So let me give you an example. Part of the FSA regulation regarding the internal audit units within the listed companies, asking the internal audit to review all the benefits, rewards that has been received by the board members. What normally, or the situation that we have went through, that in one case, in a listed company, an internal auditor did like a rough review, an overall review, where the internal auditor touched upon only the setting fees and remuneration, which has been clearly stated in the role, in the laws. When the examination team, or when the matter gets escalated in that company, there has been a situation where some board members have provided a consultancy service to the company where they are sitting on. So imagine that a board member will interact with a company, and that board member will provide like a consultancy opinion or advisory opinion on a product line, or a production line, on a new product, or a new JV maybe, for example. And when that matter will reach to the board, he will approve it. So that conflict of interest, because the internal auditor did not approach the internal audit or the duty with the due care, that point went undetected. If we look at that case itself, I will not take much time on that. If we look at that case, it was a related party transaction. It wasn't disclosed. The related party, the seriousness of related party is to be disclosed. It's a conflict of interest. It's not forbidden, but it has to be disclosed. There should be a mitigation of that. It wasn't approved. So imagine how many violations and how many things went wrong because the internal auditor did not take his job seriously. Yeah.
Thank you, Mohammed. It's interesting you brought this example. What is your advice in such scenarios? Because at the end of the day, as an internal auditor, we are employees of the company, and the board is the board, right? So what is your advice in such situations? How should internal auditors handle such situations, very briefly? Because we need to go to your next dilemma that you listed down.
My advice is that there is something called a professional internal audit, who are the human beings which cannot be replaced by the machines. Why we have been selected to be in that position and to add that value? Because we are different from the others, because we are having that ethics. Our ethics make us held accountable, not only to the board, even to the general public.
Thank you. The next ethical dilemma that we discussed with you, Mohammed, was confidentiality versus transparency, where the dilemma is internal auditors are required to maintain confidentiality of sensitive information. However, they also have a responsibility to report critical issues that could harm the organization. I was actually laughing with Mohammed. This itself is an ethical dilemma, having the regulator here and discussing these matters. Fine, jokes apart, Mohammed. So yes, I mean, sometimes internal auditors come across issues that, if reported, they could face regulatory penalties, some challenges with the regulators. If not reported, they could be perceived as not being and not exercising due professional care. So have you come across similar scenarios by virtue of your experience, and what is the best way to deal with such situations?
Answering that question, Hamza, we have came across a reverse situation where the internal auditor in that particular company has understood the confidentiality in the other way around. We are talking about a company with a multinational company which has subsidiaries in multiple countries. The board of directors decided to cease the operation of that company. And after the decision or the resolution of the board has been passed, after 6 months, the internal auditor noted something, that there has been a loan has been granted to that seized operation or that seized subsidiary. When he reported to the chairman of the audit committee, and the chairman escalated the matter to the chairman of the board, the internal auditor has been instructed that this is a confidential matter, keep it between us. By the time passes, and after 1 year, it became known that that subsidiary was a scam. And the management, in collusion with single board member, which was the chairman in that situation, they were colluding how to siphon money out of that company. Why they have transferred that huge amount, which represents 50% of the share capital of the listed company? Because they are approaching the process of closing all the bank account in that country. So before the closure of the bank account, the money has been transferred. The lesson here, or where the internal auditor mainly, or not only internal, several assurance providers fall in a trap that they are assuming that a single board member or a chairman, he's a complete board. This is not right. A board is a board. Wherever a resolution is required to be approved by the board, it should be by a board in a proper board resolution, minuted in a board minute. Otherwise, a chairman is not a board.
On this example, I have 2 follow-up questions. In such scenario where the chairman of the audit committee instructs the internal auditor that this is a confidential matter, first of all, what is expected of the internal auditor? 1. 2, let us assume that it was reported in a formal board audit committee meeting and it was minuted as it is confidential. Does the internal auditor responsibility stop there?
All right. Bearing that example that I present in mind, as I assume, yes, the internal auditor, once when he has noticed some, because there are so many circumstantial evidence around any transaction that will take place, that will make the auditor make a professional judgment. It's about a human judgment, a professional judgment that the internal auditor has to take at that particular situation. I'm sitting in this seat, it's easy for me to say, no, he has to report it, he did his part, but in reality, It's very difficult. And sometimes there is a clear instruction. Don't write it down. Or if you want to write it down, you have to mild it enough that it will not attract attention. So in that situation, and considering the input of that example, the moment the internal auditor has properly reported that providing a finance, a loan, to a subsidiary company is a related party transaction, it has to be reviewed by the audit committee, it has to be presented before the board, the transaction was executed without any authorization, the internal auditor has did his part. Normally, nobody will be held accountable beyond their scope of accountability. This is the normal situation. In other situation, if those matter risk that I'm going to take much time, most of the board members, when they will be questioned about the situation, the board member will say a simple thing. And I was in a discussion with Hamza, I told him, the board will say something simple that those are very technical, related to the operation, very complex. We have no idea about it. If the internal auditor report that to us, our reaction will be different. So everybody at the end of the day are trying to blame the auditors.
So the takeaway is just reporting it to the chairman of the audit committee is not sufficient. It needs to be reported to the audit committee, minuted, and that's where the internal auditor job stops. Clear. Thank you, Mohammed, for sharing your experience in these areas. Moving on. Right. Now we got instructions, higher instructions now, so we will comply with it. But moving on to Nabila. Nabila, we will take your first ethical dilemma that you wanted to discuss about is addressing conflict of interest, which is basically, just to give you a brief of the dilemma, an auditor might have a personal relationship or financial interest that conflicts with their role in auditing a particular department or function. So Nabila, have you come across such a situation, and let us know if you have experienced something similar and how you dealt with it.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I have come across a similar situation, but before I start, I wanted to just give a bit of a background. So we as internal auditors, each one of us are trained to be objectives. But at the same time, we cannot be isolated. So we need to build strong relationships, strong ties, and connections with employees. And I believe that sometimes it's a thin line between having a strong relationship and performing our roles and responsibilities. And the challenge happens when those two collide. So I'll just give you a bit of an example. I was tasked to perform a review of board and audit committee memberships. And during the review, I found out that one of my very close connection or colleague of 10 years was heading the audit committee of one of the companies. When I looked into the independence criteria, my colleague did not pass the independence criteria. So he did not qualify to be on that seat. So I was left in a dilemma. Should I report and jeopardize a friendship of a few years, 10 years, it's not little, or I need to perform my roles and responsibilities and report this incident. So as you all know, as auditors, the good is always prevails. So what I have done, I have reported this situation with other as well, and my colleague was removed. And it was a very tough decision for me to take, and it jeopardized or affected connection, which is long-term. So my message to many of you, and it's something that I've been carrying on with myself, is that objectivity is about choosing truth over ties. So I'm not saying that we need to isolate ourselves as internal auditors, but we need to isolate our judgment when conflict of interest situation arise.
Thank you, Nabila. What I hear is basically to act in the most professional and ethical manner as is interested in our profession, right? Thank you. Moving on to Javier, your first ethical dilemma that you wanted to discuss with us has to do with, again, ethics, I believe. And it is the cultural and ethical misalignment where internal auditors may encounter organizational cultures that prioritize profit over compliance or ethical behavior, making it difficult to promote an ethical framework. So basically, typically, we're talking about companies and organizations that only focus on profit over any sort of compliance or controls. Am I right?
Yeah, absolutely. Hearing you well. First of all, congratulations all of you, many guys. You're on your National Day, so very proud just to be sharing this day with all of you. So yeah, it was something coming from my experience. It was in another country, knowing here in this area. It was kind of a story about gifts, facilitation payments. You know that sometimes our companies have so-called gifts and relationship policies. Oh, it's okay? Okay, gifts and relationship policies. So we are able to offer on just to, or even send a gift to some extent to dignitaries or customers, suppliers, etc. So what happened in this case is the company was chasing an important contract. It was in South America, by the way. The company was chasing an important contract with some dignitaries in a different country. So top management came across with a lot of gifts, corporate gifts, just to hand over to these dignitaries in the foreign country. Presentation was a success, very good, but after 2 days, management came and again, they asked for another round of gifts, who was at that moment a first breach on the internal policy, which for sure they have. So that came to the IIA and said, well, this is really not material. So not material, okay, go on, this is business first, let's go, this is the price to do business in this area of the world, just come on, go. Great, so that happened. 1 week later, it was not a gift, it was a so-called facilitation payment. For sure, it was an invoice dealing with results and dealing with another topic and so on. But at the end of the day, it was a facilitation payment. It was quite a significant one. So again, it came to the IIA and say, what should I do? Okay, this is not material. Please go on with let's go the way. Let's walk the way. 2 weeks later, again, another facilitation payment, a significant amount. Third time lucky. Okay, go on, please go on. At the end of the day, it seems that the question ends there. The company got this contract. It was a big celebration. It was a significant contract. 3 months later, after the contract, a new facilitation payment came. It was, let's say, material amount. So in that moment, the IIA came and said, guys, I have a problem here, so I need to talk a friend. And he called me. He said, but as per the standards we have in the new global internal audit standards, we have 5 different standards talking about integrity, confidentiality, a number of personal attitudes. You have no way. You have to report this to the committee. But they will discover that I have done wrong just getting all these facilities, my payments before. Definitely. But you have no way. He did the right thing. At the end of the day. He reported. So yeah, for bottom line from my side, maybe in your company has a so-called policy of tolerance zero. Tolerance zero means really zero tolerance, because you will never know what tolerance 1 really would mean.
Thank you, Javier, for sharing that experience. Now, from what I understood, there were multiple payments until you said enough is enough. Now, before going to the audit committee, I'm sure you escalated it to your management before it goes to the committee. Am I correct?
Absolutely. All payments were, duly approved by management, yeah, but came to the CIA. It was not myself, it was a friend of mine who faced this question, but came to the CIA as an, let's say, advisory capacity, advisory and consulting capacity, because it was something there in the ambient, it was something like an ethical dilemma, what we should do, pursue business to this extent, or just hold on horses. So the guy approved it three times, and then the fourth one, the really important one, say, oh, hold on. That's it.
Yeah. Thank you. Moving back again to Nabila. Nabila, your second ethical dilemma that you wanted to discuss was balancing shareholder issues. And of course, you would have a lot of stakeholders. I wouldn't say only shareholders, but you have a lot of stakeholders. You have your board, you have the government, you have the state audit, you have the individual company's board of directors, and the list goes on. So this dilemma, balancing stakeholder interests, is basically internal auditors may have to balance conflicting interests of different stakeholders, such as shareholders, management, and regulatory bodies. So, Nabila, how do you manage to juggle between all these stakeholders?
First of all, I wanted to give an example, but now I abstain after knowing that this is recorded. So I'll be talking in general. So I apologize. I had an example in mind, but now I can't share it due to the reasons you know why. In terms of stakeholders, balancing stakeholders' interests and expectations, I will share with you what I do. Because as Hamza mentioned, we have a lot of stakeholders as OIA. So the first step when I'm performing an engagement which has a lot of stakeholders, I first define who are the stakeholders that I'm dealing with, and then start approaching them. Previous, Nabila, would be just producing a report and not having conversations with various stakeholders. Right now, I've learned that that does not work well. I need to engage various stakeholders early on. So I have discussions before I even start an engagement. We discuss the scope of work, the objective of the assignment, and I get their buy-in. And what I do with various stakeholders, I go in with a lens. So I have a lens that I speak for each stakeholder. I have a different lens that I approach. So just to make sure that it covers their interests as well, and objectives set by different stakeholders. After that, I perform my whatever engagement that I have in mind, and then I engage them again. I've noticed when I do this, there's less, you could say, challenge faced toward the end. So I engage them again, I present to them my preliminary finding, I take their views, I exchange, of course, my views as well. And then after that, I issue my final report in this case. So what I've learned is with different shareholders, or stakeholders, I need to frame my conclusion differently. It's not that I'm hiding facts, but I'm just touching on areas that is of interest of that specific stakeholders. I've noticed when I do such a thing, I get more acceptance and my objective is met.
So what I'm hearing in a simple analogy, it's like a dish when you cook. You add too much salt, it becomes too salty. You add too much spice, it becomes too spicy. So you have to strike the right balance to address all stakeholder concerns and answer their questions without stepping on any other stakeholder's shoes.
Exactly.
Or toes.
Yes, if I may add, it's like a big frame that I need to present, but I'll present different parts of that frame without hiding the facts to different parties. at the end to get the buy-in of each individual stakeholders and get acceptance, and action is being done.
And I believe such maturity and such, I would say, tact comes with experience and time when you really understand your stakeholders and how to. So it's a trial and error until you get the right balance. Am I not right?
Then, it's 100%. Hamza, yeah, I've been in OIA 10 years. The first 3-4 years were not easy. I had to learn the hard way that there's a different way of doing things. Being blunt and being straightforward does not work all the time. You need to take a different approach. So I've learned this approach, and it's at the end we are being assessed based on the acceptance rate of whatever reports or engagement we're doing. And this has, I've got better acceptance rate now with the new approach as compared to previously.
You know, it's interesting you brought this up, that being blunt and straightforward does not work. I personally have come across a lot of situations where my fellow internal auditors say that, no, we should not be diplomatic, we should not be political, we should be very upfront, direct, but let me bring your attention to a core competency that is in the IIA competency framework. It says diplomacy with assertiveness, or balancing diplomacy and assertiveness. There are situations where we need to be diplomatic, and there are situations where we need to be assertive. This comes with time. Sorry, the organizers, it's showing time up here. No, but we have till 10 o'clock. Ignore? Thank you. Right. Moving again to Javier. Mohammed will come to you shortly, but you addressed two dilemmas. I have the second dilemma for Javier, which is whistleblower protection and retaliation risk. This is an interesting one, where the dilemma says auditors may need to report misconduct through formal channels, but face personal or professional risks for doing so. So what's your take on this, Javier?
Yes, just tell you again from experience, a very funny. Now when I remember this, it was very funny. But back in time, it was not so. It was not so. So it turns out a typical situation that, in the company we have a whistleblowing policy. In fact, it's a very operating, so the number of reports coming in internal audit normally is coming to, he's been called for such investigations, so we are part of the process. So it turns out that, in some, it was a finance, an IT audit in a finance department. The internal auditor went there, just having a coffee. It was an IT guy. Having a coffee with the audit customer, some representatives in the finance department. He was told about the potential mismanagement issue, material affecting the company on financial grounds, on financial terms. So the guy was just having a coffee, just simply having a coffee with the representative. He was told about that. But somehow, it was completely unrelated to the audit, and also, it was not his area of expertise. So the guy remained silent and failed to report it, in such case, to me. So yeah, chapter closed, and 6 months later, in a typical internal audit celebration, we have something to celebrate at that moment. The guy there was a bit, let's say, down, a bit down. So the internal audit secretary looked at him and said, hey, guys, what is happening? What's going on with you? We are just celebrating. This has been a big achievement. And you seem a little bit down. Family is okay. Your health is okay. What is going on? The guy, no, but no, not yet there. So the guy hesitated for a while. But at the end of the day, he told the internal audit secretary what happened months ago. So that was, so the internal audit secretary said, okay, yes, hold on. I will call immediately Javier. He called me. She called me. She called me. You open the avenue for an open and candid discussion of what's going on. So they says ABCDF. say, wow, we have a problem here. Whistleblowing not only come in the formal way to the whistleblowing procedure that you may have in the policy. Whistleblowing will come in a coffee with some representatives. And that was a true and legitimate whistleblowing. But the gay failed to report. So I took the stance and called an overnight audit committee. The audit committee happened the very next day, and have the responsibility just to investigate, ordered by the audit committee, to investigate the issue. Luckily for you guys, it was not so terrible as it seems. Yeah, but it was a question that attracts my attention to yourself. Be careful with all this whistleblowing and all the interactions that every one of your auditors is having with the management, because at the end of the day, it will make a difference. In fact, as a bottom line, I used to start my reviews in the internal audit reports saying the auditor, guy, I have read and understood what you meant in the report. Now, close the chapter, let me what is not in the report.
Yeah. I believe it's a delicate balance between the robustness of the whistleblowing policy, protection it provides, the trust in the organization and the people behind the organization that actually play a success. I mean, differentiate between the success and failure of a whistleblowing system. I mean, you may have trust in the organization, but then if the policy is not there, a robust policy, you may have a diluted trust, and vice versa. If you have strong policy, but the people cannot be trusted, then it's a problem. So I think it's a delicate balance between both that need to be achieved in order for anyone, let alone internal auditors, to have that trust in the whistleblowing.
But also it's a question of awareness, because you may have the strongest policy, the nicest policy in the world, but if you don't tell your employees, your staff, guys, this is it, this is the process, we are just open to receive this. At the end of the day, the policy and the system will get a bit rusty and will not work effectively. So awareness is absolutely key in a whistleblowing process as well. About the people. Again, it's a people issue. Yeah.
Thank you, Javier. I have a last question for Mohammed here, touching on a point he mentioned, which is related to another ethical dilemma I'm sure a lot of us have come across, which is pressure to modify findings. Auditors may face pressure from management to alter or soften audit findings that reveal significant risks or control weaknesses. So, Mohammed, what's your experience in this, and what's your advice, and how would you deal with it?
We have never received some pressure, yes, to modify our findings, right? I think so.
In reality, there are so many cases. It's happening. Yeah. In reality, there are so many cases, and it was one of the investment company where usually they are investing again in overseas JVs. The internal auditor put his hand on a new acquisition in that subsidiary or joint venture, and by one way or another, he discovered that the acquisition was based on a fake valuation. The company worth, for example, 1 million, the management is planning, or the board is planning to pay 10 million. So it was based on a fake valuation. The internal auditor has reported such a finding in his draft to the audit committee. And immediately he got a call from the audit committee that this report has to be withdrawn. And the observation, they are saying that we are not asking you to remove the observation, but make it in a way that you will reduce the risk, reduce the severity of the observation that you are referring to. Time's up.
I'm told that our session is from 9 to 10, and it's still not 10 o'clock. And we have a question and answer session.
So, Hamza, we will conclude
with
for
a
a
poll.
5 minutes extension,
So
maybe?
I don't know what's going on. 5 more minutes. Okay. Thank you, Mohammed. We will go to our poll questions. Can you display the poll questions? I think there will be a QR code where all of you can participate in this poll, and it will shed some light on what ethical dilemmas most of us face and how we deal with them. And we will conclude in 5 minutes. Well, actually, we have 10 minutes. Fair enough. Can we have yeah, can we have the poll questions, please? No. Poll questions. The timer should be paused. Until the poll questions come up on the screen, I would like to take this opportunity to thank IIA Oman and the excellent team behind this summit. All the efforts, and I can understand and appreciate all the efforts that have gone into organizing such a wonderful event. And please give them a big round of applause. I mean, all the people in the backstage. Right, I think in the interest of time, we will just keep it a free question session. So if anyone has any questions, please. And please mention who you're directing your question to. You know, these are the 3 that you need to ask.
Yeah, so my question is from any of the panel member is around the KPIs of internal audit department. So sometimes KPIs, for example, customer satisfaction score, these are so much tightly built, like with 90% score, that it itself create an ethical dilemma for internal auditors, because if they go strong on their audit report, they will get low customer satisfaction score from the client, audit client. Another such, I think, example is the profitability or corporate KPI. If it is part of your own KPI, then sometime when you are auditing anything around financials, you are always in a dilemma. So in such situation, what should CAE do? For example, they already had a dialogue with the, say, audit committee, and they are having a different opinion. So it is not the case of my company. Nabila is sitting there. So.
Thank you.
So on KPIs, dealing with customer satisfaction and so on, my experience there is just to decide which is really your audit customer. It's the one you are sending the report, or it is rather the audit committee. So once you have such thought and such a decision, you will clearly decide which is the auditor, the customer satisfaction feedback that you really want. It's, to my experience, nice to have the feedback from the typical audit report, but to me, it's very, very much important, the feedback from the audit committee. This is your real customer.
If I may add, for us, we have did not define it. For example, if it's a rating of 5, my audit committee are happy with 3, for example. So they did not define it very high up. For them, having 3 is acceptable because they realize the dilemma that we as internal auditors face. So it's more realistic.
Thank you. We have time for one more question. I see.
Assalamu alaikum.
Salam. Tfadlu.
My question to Mr. Mohammed Zijali. I think he was giving a good example, but the problem timing is almost finished, but we want to hear the remaining. In addition to that, related to this story, we want to know how FSA can protect the internal audit from the chief or ex-com or whatever audit committee board is FSA had interface or similar cases that some from the audit team had to report something, but it is not gone well, and he bypass and reach FSA, and what FSA, how to, for independent, yeah.
If you can allow us organizers for Mohammed, please go ahead.
شكرا أحمد. FSA, when we have modified the regulation back in 2018, we keep in mind the dilemmas that the internal auditor they are facing, and the kind of intimidation or the threat they are, or the pressure the management they are exercising upon the auditors. In terms of, if I take it from the start of the process, from the appointment itself to the granting them an annual leave, annual increment, allowing them to attend such courses, it has been under the mercy of the management. So we in certain cases here in Oman, when we have modified our regulation, we have overridden the IPPF in so many cases. Some of the cases that we have written in the IPPF and currently the global internal audit regulation or standards, in terms of the administrative and technical reporting, we make it both lines directly to the audit committee, so they will not feel the pressure of the management. The management is there for the administrative purpose only. In terms of protection, the internal auditor, there is unfair dismissal. We are dealing with that cases when the internal auditors face unfair dismissal from public listed companies. So far, nothing has been reported to us as such. To answer your question.
Thank you, Mohammed. Before we conclude, I have a quick food for thought, a blind spot, very simple. And with that, we will conclude, inshallah. By show of hands, how many of us are using company-owned devices? By show of hands. Now again, by show of hands, how many of us have our personal information on those company devices? Excellent. Now, remember, the organization has the right to audit these devices. That's a blind spot you need to also keep in mind. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you, Nabila. Thank you, Javier. Thank you, IIA Oman. And a big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, our dear panelists and moderator. Please remain on stage to receive a token of appreciation for your contribution. Please. Ahmed. To you.
Building on our discussion from day one about the importance of artificial intelligence for internal auditors and its integration into our work, today we will dive deeper with a practical use case. Our next session, titled Navigating the AI Landscape, Detecting Fraud in the Digital Age, takes us on an engaging journey into the transformative world of technology. This session will demonstrate how AI is revolutionizing fraud detection and reshaping our approach in digital security. To lead us through this captivating discussion, please give a warm welcome to the Managing Director of Open Thinking Academy and ACFE Authorized Trainer, Iyad Murtada.
There is a place like no other place on earth, a land full of wonder, danger, and mystery. They say to survive in this land, you need to be as mad as Frodopreneur, which is luckily I am. Welcome to Wonderland, where technology is mixed with fiction, illusion blended with reality. For us, we are living in this intelligence age where all these entrepreneurs, or we call them fraudpreneurs, they are trying to convince us with all these technologies, with unbelievable solution, with impossible achievement. And they are using a very simple trick. They say, fake it until you make it. Show us what is wonder, what's gonna happen, but get the information first, the technology first. No, they are going and showing us a show. They are staging a show on the stage, showing us this is how the technology is working in a video, hoping they get our investment, and they are praying to God that the technology is gonna function in the future. So let's discuss before we start this journey. What is the definition of fraud? Fraud is all about a promise. So in my Wonderland, I'm coming to you today as the Mad Hatter from Wonderland. And in my Wonderland, there is this magic mushroom. If you eat this mushroom, you will become bigger. So many of you say, really? I said, yes. So you buy this mushroom, you eat it, and then you discover nothing happening. So what we call this? We call it fraud. So what is the definition of fraud? The definition of fraud is violation of trust. So it's all about the concept of trust. So when we are speaking about fraud, if I go and give you a promise that this technology is gonna work, and then you buy it, and then it will not work, I am actually doing fraud about you. And that's what's happening in fintech. That's what's happening with AI. That's what's happening with robotics. Just last month, Elon Musk going and saying, look at my robots, but they are actually not functioning. Why? Because in the head office, someone moving them, and he's saying, yes, we have robotic solution. Yes, you have a machine that's remotely controlled by a human. That's not robotic. But unfortunately, this is what's happening in the world we are living in. Everyone trying to convince us of technology that doesn't exist, hoping they will get our money as investors, hope we'll get our money as customers, and will get government funding because they are introducing this renewable, fintech, unbelievable technology, and then at the end of the day, we discover they lied to us. They did fraud against us. So how they are achieving these objectives? How they are violating our trust? They say there is a very interesting book called Good Strategy, Bad Strategy by Harvard Business Review. And this book will speak about how these fraudpreneurs are tricking us by using what we call fluff. So what is fluff? It's a big word that's convincing you of something. Like, our organization is using cloud computing. Yeah, what is cloud computing? You are putting your information on the internet, but nice word, fluff word, right? We are using the Internet of Things. Yeah, what is the Internet of Things? We are connecting our servers and our operation to the internet. Nothing. We are using cloud computing. What is the cloud computing? You are using certain machines that have advanced capability. That's it. It's not a big thing, but our executive, if you see when they are speaking to investors, they are saying, we have AI, we implemented fintech with cryptocurrency, and they are using all this fluff word just to convince us with their solution. Which is really interesting when you are trying to trick these investors, right? In the old days, in 1770, imagine, a guy invented the first AI. He invented a chess machine that can play chess using certain algorithm. And even Napoleon Bonaparte, he lost in front of this machine. Someone said, really? They invented AI? Yes. And this AI was working perfectly until fire happened. When fire happened, someone escaped from the machine and we discovered there is a human inside. And this is what we called mechanical Turk. which is a technology telling us that this technology exists, but actually is not a technology. It's a fake technology controlled by a human. And this human is actually managing this technology, but we are convinced that actually the technology is working. Unfortunately, this is what happened in so many solutions. And this is what we called web-aware. The concept of web-aware, that actually a product promising us something that doesn't exist. First, they request our orders. And so many companies today, they are doing this. They are saying, I will show you the demo. Look, this is my product. And then you say, okay. They say, you need to pre-order it. You need to spend money. So millions of customers will pre-order it, and millions of investors will invest. And then once they have the fund, they tell engineers, hey guys, let's create the technology. Who did this? The first one who did this is Thomas Edison. Thomas Edison went over the media and he told us, look, I have light bulb. Everyone said, yes, yes. But he went back to the engineer, he said, I just announced in the media, I don't have it yet. We need to work quickly to make it. And thank God, Thomas Edison was able to make it. But it was a web-aware. It was a technology that doesn't exist, that they just made an announcement about it. And so many organizations, they are doing it in the same way. Like in the dot-com era. In the dot-com era, when internet happened in 2000, we discovered so many companies, more than 160 listed companies in US. Between the year of 1998 and 1999, they mentioned the word internet. They say, we are moving to the internet. Some say, what do you mean? Oh, we are creating a website and added .com after our name. Okay, what you are going to offer? We don't know, but we have a website. So believe it or not, companies in US, the valuation of them went more than 50, 100 times just because they added .com after their name. And some companies, they worth nothing. They just started. They just created a website. Now they are valued at hundreds of millions just because they say we are going to offer our solutions online. And all the investors, they are excited. All the customers, they are excited until we discover it's not a .com, it's .con. It was a big scam. Because everyone say the internet is going to create revolution in our life. The same way fire did, the same way electricity did. But we discovered the internet can be used, but there is not unbelievable solution. The same thing was happening today with AI, right? Today, the same thing happening with fintech, with renewable energy. Everyone is going on this, what we call AI hype, AI wave. And they are thinking, if they will implement this solution, they are going to make millions, billions. But until now, we don't know if this solution will work in reality, or if they are even working, or someone controlling them manually in the back. And unfortunately, so many things will happen, not only in the internet age. When we speak about what we call unicorn, in my wonderland, there is a unicorn. Do you believe in unicorn? Do you believe unicorn, they exist? The answer is yes, unicorn, they exist. They are companies who can grow quickly from zero to billions of dollars. Like what happened with Uber, like what happened with ChatGPT, like what happened with Instagram. A company will come from nothing, then become very big. But the big question here, at the end, these companies, how they are going to make money? What kind of solution they are doing? Uber, until now, they have issues thinking, how can we generate money? And do you know how Uber started? When you are opening the app and you are booking your taxi and you are saying, oh, Uber technology is amazing. Actually, there's a human in the back calling all the taxis manually and checking who's available. But in front of you, you see the technology. You don't see the back end, what's going on. Most of tech companies start by showing investors the technology, like Google Maps. Do you think Google Maps in the beginning, it was like it is today? No. Actually, in the beginning, to convince investors, they created a video. So a big investor came and he said, I want to invest. So what they happened, it was, by the way, not owned by Google, owned by a German company that Google stole their technology, and they were suing them for $1 billion. So this German company, to get investors to be attracted to it, what they said, they created the video. And so the investor said, okay, I would like to see it. So they did the research and they understand the investor is living in this city, in this house. So they told this investor, where do you live, sir? I live in this. Would you like us to zoom in using Google, or not Google, like Earth technology to find where you are? Yes. Okay, here, just type it. They type it, click. Then it will zoom, the Earth, the country, the city, your house. This is your house. Oh, wow. Then everyone say, wow, technology is working. But they say, hopefully no one will ask to see his house. Then they were able to get the investment. Thankfully, later, after they got the investment, they were able to create the technology. And this is unfortunately what happened with so many of these solutions, what we call unicorn. Because these fraudpreneurs, they are mixing reality with illusion. They are saying, I believe this technology will work. Then they introduce the technology and hopefully will work. Like so many of us, we are doing over the internet, right? We are trying to say, fake it until you make it. Unfortunately, this is the culture we are living in today. And this is not a nice culture to be in. But everyone's saying, create the hype. Say, I achieve it, and then you can achieve it later. Like what happened with what we call Centra Tech. Centra Tech is founded by 3 founders. These individuals, they say, we are going to transform how we are operating in the Bitcoins industry. Why? If you have a Bitcoin, you can spend it, you can use it. They say, how about we create a debit card? A Visa card connected directly with your digital wallet. So if you go to Starbucks, you can just use it, and in that way it will convert quickly. Your Bitcoins to cash, you can use it. You can go to an ATM and withdraw cash. It was a revolutionary idea. But unfortunately, it was a scam. Why? Because Visa, they never agree with them to do anything. Even with that, they publish on their website the logo of Visa. And they created fake demo in front of the investors. You say, how they create fake demo? They took celebrities and they say, here, we give you your card. And the celebrities, they went to the machine and they inserted the card. They requested money, they got the money. They went to a shop, they insert the card, they bought something and they paid. But you say, but how they did it? The founder of the company used his own credit card. He removed the information from it, and he put the information about his company. It looks like this is a card from the company. And when you are using it, you are using an actual bank card, but in front of the investors, look what? It's a Bitcoin card connected with the Bitcoin account. And they created fake app. So in that way, they show the guy, look here, you take 100, guys, 100. They remove from the app 100. Wow, it's happening in real time. They were able to attract more than $23 million investment. This is what they claim. They say more than 100 of millions of investors, they lost their money with this innovation. But for us as an auditor, as investigator, as financial professional, we could have predicted this. Why? If you go to their website, you'll see something very interesting. You see the founder. Who are the founder? We have Michael Edward, he's the founder. And if you see his profile, he works before in Wells Fargo, and he graduated from Harvard Business School. Wow, amazing. And we have another co-founder, Raymond, which is also he graduated from Harvard School, and he got experience in fintech. And we have Sam, and he is amazing running the operation as the president and the co-founder. Now, all this is nice and flashy on LinkedIn, online. But if you actually just go and do a due diligence, a background check on them, you discover something very interesting. You discover that Sam had no work experience. He didn't graduate in Harvard. He was working in the entertainment industry before. He got nothing to do with fintech or technology. And you can see that Raymond, he was before convicted for doing crimes related to renting and selling cars. You say, what about Michael Edward? Michael Edward don't exist. They went over the internet. They say an old man that looks handsome, and they took it from Google, and they used his photo, and they created fake name to appear that they have a founder with fintech background. So later, when all these investors invested and they lost their money, the investigators, they found out the actual Michael Edward, and they discovered his name is not Michael Edward, and he got no idea that he is being used in this scam. So the question here for you as an auditor, don't believe what you see over the internet. Always go and do your proper due diligence to know exactly who's running the organization. And remember that always fraudsters, they have a way out. They have what we call a jail-free card. You say, what do you mean jail-free card? Can they run away from the punishment? The answer is yes. In this situation, when we discover the whole scam that happened here, we have 2 individuals we can blame, Sam and Raymond. So what happened? Raymond went to the investigators and he said, I'm willing to give you all the information. I'm willing to give you all the evidence that will ensure you as a government will take action against Sam. And investigators, they love it when someone is giving the information. So they give him a deal. They say, you give us all the information and evidence and you don't serve any time in prison. Jail-free card, right? So in that way, this is what happened. So he was the master of the whole fraud. He did all the fraud. He made all the millions. And then at the end, he didn't go for 1 day to prison. But Sam went for 8 years in prison. And he lost everything. So remember, at the end of the day, when you are going and collecting this information and you see the person who did the fraud is not going to prison because they have a technique, they have an idea how they can run away. But this is not the only case. There is another case of Trevor. Trevor Milton, what he did, he created renewable energy. Because today we are living in this world where all this renewable energy, right? We call it greenwashing, where someone claiming they have amazing renewable energy technology but doesn't exist. And this is what this guy did. This guy created the first ever renewable truck. He said this truck is gonna drive for 1,000 miles without stopping. No need to do any refueling for 1,000. Wow. How? Is he using electricity? No. He's using a different type of energy. He is using hydrogen technology. Wow. We never ever heard of any machine running with hydrogen. But he invented that. But if you know in science, you understand that hydrogen costs 3 times more than electricity and is very hard to actually manage. So how he is, with his amazing technical background and all his engineers, they were able to create for the first time a hybrid truck where they are using hydrogen technology. Well, he said he got the head of engineers and he got the CEO who are managing the process, which is great. And for him to show us that it's working, he did a live demo where this truck is actually walking on the road using this hydrogen technology. But actually, it was not working on the road. He took the truck on the top of a hill and he made it just go down using gravity, and there is no engine inside. And everyone like, wow, the truck is moving. Yes, because of gravity, my friend. Then he convinced investor, listen to this number, to give him more than 43 billion to go and invest in all this amazing technology. And his company was valued in billions of dollars. For the end to discover that this truck doesn't exist and the technology doesn't exist. And nothing of the hybrid technology and this hydrogen technology is working. But if you did background check on who is the head of engineers, you discover that his previous job was a contractor to do roads. He got nothing to do with renewable energy. And who's the CEO who's running the operation with him, his brother? He was actually operating a restaurant before. He got nothing to do with the operation. So this is why it's your job when you are looking at all these unbelievable solutions to go and check who created these solutions. Not only look at this solution, who's behind them? Do they have the technical expertise? Can they actually achieve this unachievable solution? Or are you mesmerized by the hype? Wow, they use new technology. We don't understand it, but let's go and invest in it. Hopefully, we can make some money. And unfortunately, this is what happened in so many of these innovations. And when we go speak about fintech, which is today we have so many fintechs and so many hypes, do you know we can see Alex Mashinsky, he created what we call a different type of a bank. He said banks are not your friend. Why? Because banks are actually going to take your money and give you a very low interest rate, 1%, 2%, 4%. But he's your friend. Because if you have bitcoins, what you are going to do with bitcoins? Why you buy bitcoins? You buy it, hopefully you'll sell it later at a higher price. You keep it for 1 year, 2 years, then you sell it. He said, during this time, rather than you keep the bitcoins in your digital wallet, how about you give it to me in my digital wallet? And I give you 8% interest every year. So believe it or not, more than hundreds of thousands of investors, they give him their digital wallets and all the bitcoins in it. How much is the amount? Only 20 billion. To this guy that we don't know. We have no idea who is this guy. Would you give 20 billion to him? And so many, yes. Because he said banks are not your friend. He's your friend. Then we discover that he is actually using the money and he is gambling in the bitcoins and he lost all the money. Everything is gone. These big fintech companies who are saying, we have the solution, but actually they don't. This is the reality. This is the danger. When someone will come and say, look at the amazing technology we have. We reinvented the world we are living in. We have created technology.
4 years ago, we started to wonder, what would shopping look like if you could walk into a store, grab what you want, and just go? What if we could weave the most advanced machine learning, computer vision, and AI into the very fabric of a store so you never have to wait in line? No lines, no checkouts, no registers. Welcome to Amazon Go. Use the Amazon Go app to enter. Then put away your phone and start shopping. It's really that simple. Take whatever you like. Anything you pick up is automatically added to your virtual cart. If you change your mind about that cupcake, just put it back. Our technology will update your virtual cart automatically. So, how does it work? We used computer vision, deep learning algorithms, and sensor fusion, much like you'd find in self-driving cars. We call it Just Walk Out technology. Once you've got everything you want, you can just go. When you leave, our Just Walk Out technology adds up your virtual cart and charges your Amazon account. Your receipt is sent straight to the app, and you can keep going. Amazon Go. No lines, no checkout. No, seriously.
Seriously, it's wonder, it's magic. You just go to the store, you buy and you leave. Fantastic. And they have this computer vision, walkout technology that's doing all the work. They were able to introduce this to so many stores, and they were able to sell their technology to other retailers for them to use, and all the retailers will say, we have a new technology, it's AI technology, computer vision, we are doing everything fantastically using this amazing advanced solutions. For us to discover later that 70% of the transaction is done manually by thousands of Indians operating in India, monitoring all the screens and manually adding your item. There is no technology there. So don't be afraid when they say AI will take your job. It looks like we are doing the job of AI, but companies claiming AI is working. Humans are taking over AI because AI don't actually work in real life. And this is the interesting about these companies who are claiming what we call AI washing. They are going and telling you, AI solution is working. It's wonder. Look, we are using word AI. Then we discover it's not. Let's take another example. In the insurance business, do you know how hard to get an insurance? You need to go to an agent. You need to give them all the information. Then they need to give you an estimate. Then you get the insurance. Then when you submit a claim, you need to... It's a complicated process. Until one company came and said, we are going to make insurance claim. It's like a wonderland. You are just going to enter the information, and in 3 minutes, you will get your money to your bank account. Imagine. You just go, you have a damaged item, you take your photo, you take a photo, you take a video, you upload it. Within 3 minutes, the money will be in your bank account. You want to get a policy, no issue. You take your phone, you take a photo of the items, you give us the information. In 5 minutes, you get a policy. Why? Because we are using AI technology to be able to filter the claims and identify if it's fraudulent or not. Let's see this technology.
Lemonade is insurance made for the digital age. So if your kitchen toaster becomes a kitchen exploder, you can file a claim right in the app. Just upload a video to the chat, and we'll get you paid before the smoke clears. That's insurance at the speed of, I forgot I was making toast. Lemonade, America's top-rated home and renters insurance. Sign up now.
Lemonade is reinventing insurance, and this is why the value of the company reached to billions. And everyone say, wow, this company is gonna go and kill all the other insurance companies because it's using AI to automate the process. Until we discover they have no AI solution. So we asked them, what about the claims? You said upload a video and the system will analyze it. They said, yes, we use what we call psychological concept. If you upload a video, most likely you'll be honest compared if you fill a form. Oh, so you don't have technology? No. What about this process for me to get, actually they have an algorithm, a chatbot, where you give the information, based on the rules, they decide what is your cost. There is no technology, it's only a simple algorithm. So when we discovered that all these big claims, they promise investors, and they did all this advertisement to show you they have the AI technology, is not real, the company collapsed. Because investors, they understood, this is only another insurance agent is buying the insurance from the big insurance company and selling it to you, but they are giving you this hype, oh, it's using AI. And unfortunately, so many of these organizations, they do what we call AI washing. Did you buy this machine? It was just last week here in Oman. We call it AI laundry machine. It's around 900 Omani riyal. Why you need to buy the AI laundry machine? Because this using AI technology will identify what clothes you have inside. And by the way, do you know why it's AI? Because they have a touch screen. Really? Everyone now is putting AI, labeling AI on anything. You have AI chair, you have AI table, AI mug, AI card. Because the minute you add AI, everyone would like to invest, right? They say company in 2022, 10% of them added the word AI, and they saw, oh, everyone is interested. Now, last year, 25%. Today, more than 50% of the companies globally are going and adding AI when they are speaking with their investors. Yeah, we are creating LinkedIn, we are creating the new AI. Gmail, we are creating the new AI. Everyone creating new AI. Even in conferences like this, to attract delegates, we are going to speak about AI. Everyone would like to hear about AI. Someone will come to me in internal audit. They say, do we have AI solution for auditing? Do we have this advanced AI where I click and it will do the audit for me? I don't have to do work. Where it will click, it will identify the fraud. And I always answer them, please don't be tricked by this big solution provider who are promising you that there is AI solution for auditing. Until now, it doesn't exist. The meaning, you can use a process that will do algorithm analytics. Yes. You can use ChatGPT to help you automate your tests. Yes, but there is no a magical button. You can click and will do the work. Yes, there are certain tools can help you in the risk assessment. Yes, but all is based on algorithm, analytics, based on certain kind of capabilities. But until now, we don't have this AI. We don't have this magical solution where you say, here, and the audit is done. Yes, some tools can help you in writing your reports, in creating formatting, in figuring out exactly how to do the documentation faster. But there is no ultimate solution. But someone say, so what should I do? What should I invest in? I always tell them, if you want to invest, don't spend so much money on an unbelievable solution. Invest in something very simple. Some of the solutions that I have seen and they work, something like Teammate, it's a simple solution, plug into Excel. You can use it and you can go and you can do data analytics in real time, do continuous auditing with a very minimal cost. It will cost you less than $2,000. Why should I go invest in 1 million technology that's going to do all this? And then some of these companies who invested, they say, we have no idea how it's working and we don't know how to use it. Do something that's manageable, that you can actually do it in real time. Don't go over all these hypes. Because now everyone is going after the hype, right? How many advertisements you see on YouTube? Would you like to make millions? Yes, how? We have AI investor advisor. And this investor advisor is going to go and tell you exactly what is the market is going to be. This is why the US government, they say, we are suing these companies who are creating, AI investment advisor, where the advisor will tell you the market will go up and down. How they know? They say we use algorithm and AI. Really? No one will know what the market is going to happen. No one can go and tell you. Yes, they can give you some prediction, but they can't actually tell you the future. So these companies who are promising capabilities that they don't exist, we need to, as an auditor, to go after them. And how can you do it inside your organization? Because your organization also going and telling investors, look, we are a bank, we implemented AI solution, right? We are a hospital, we implemented AI solution. We are working in government, we implemented AI solution. So you as an auditor, don't always go and audit the bad news. You need to go and audit the good news. So when your CEO, when your tech guy will go over the news and say, we have the new announcement, the new AI. You need to add this to your audit plan, saying we need to go and audit this good news to ensure that actually the capabilities are there and they are not tricking the customers and the investors by showing a solution that's not working in reality. We need to do assurance over AI to ensure the technology is actually not only working, but actually is not violating any ethics issue. They are not violating any legal issues. They are not in compliance with our regulations inside the country we are operating in to ensure nothing will happen. So before we get started over understanding how you as an auditor, you need to audit AI, let's understand what is the definition of AI, because everyone would say AI. AI is as simple as a task that performed by a human. Now we use a machine to perform the same task. So an AI, a system using human intelligence to perform a task. So for example, when you are using your phone and speaking with Siri and say, Siri, please do this. This is not AI. This, we call it conversational AI. You are telling Siri to perform a task on your behalf, but Siri don't have human intelligence, is not doing a decision, is not making a decision. But so many companies, they are claiming we have AI. Like Spotify. Spotify said, we have AI technology. We call it what? AI DJ. So if you would like to have your own personal DJ, you can subscribe to Spotify DJ and they will create your own DJ. Actually, this is not AI. Why? Because he's taking the list of the songs you like and he's mixing them and he's putting them after each other. That's not AI solution. We need to differentiate between conversational AI and what we call AI agent. What's the meaning AI agent? It's a solution that's performing a task that a human will do. For example, I'm planning a trip to a country, and I will tell AI, can you please go tell me where should I go? He will plan there my plan, where hotel I'm gonna stay. Yes, this is some capabilities. He's making decisions on my behalf, and he's analyzing all the options and give me the best option for me. Not he's carrying out a task I give him. This is a machine. The second thing, which we speak about machine learning. So what is machine learning? If we have large set of data and we need to analyze it to understand, if there are any outlier, any difference, we use machine learning for large set of data. But sometimes we need this software to advance, so we call it deep learning. So in that way, the software is gonna go and look at different trends, it's gonna learn from the changes, and it's gonna do the job much better. But what we are speaking about today, and all the hype today, is about the last one, generative AI. Which is an actual solution that is gonna not only analyze the existing data, but create a new one. Create a new information. They are not gonna only go and tell us about what's going on by looking at historical data, but they are gonna create a new data that don't exist. But don't confuse yourself between this and between chatbot. Chatbot is doing what? It's only conversational AI. We have set of rules and we are using it for us to do the process. But so many companies, they tell investors, we automated our process using AI. We have AI bot now. This is not AI bot, it's a chat bot. You speak with it, and based on number one, you do this, number two, you do this. It's a normal algorithm technology. There is no decision being done. And sometimes these chatbots are stupid. In one company, they are using this chatbot. A customer, he said, yeah, I would like to know about other customers' experience before I buy your product. Can you share with me customer feedback? So the system said, okay. So he went to the internet. On their website, they took one of the customer feedback and he gave it to them. And the customer feedback said, this is the worst product, don't buy it. This system don't understand anything. They are just performing a task. But unfortunately, we think, oh, this is a system. There is intelligence. There is no intelligence. They say computers are morons. They are stupid. They are performing the task we tell them. Compared to the different AI some companies are introducing, this AI will make a decision, will analyze the data, and will come up with insight and to create a new content. And this is the solution we want.
Starting this year, Toyota and Lexus luxury
please.
models will come with Amazon Alexa.
Alexa, turn on the AC.
Turning on AC.
Finally, a virtual assistant to help you navigate.
Alexa, where's the nearest gas station?
Nearest gas station in 1.5 miles.
And to help maintain your vehicle.
Alexa, order more brake pads.
Ordering new brake pads. Although maybe if you didn't stop so close to the car in front of you.
I left plenty of room.
You drive too aggressively.
If you were just quiet for 2 seconds, 2 seconds.
She'll talk to you literally the entire time you're driving.
I think you should have turned back there.
I know where I'm going!
Hi, you know why I pulled you over?
No, officer, I have...
Because we were driving 72 miles per hour in a 45 mile per hour zone.
Anything else I should know?
2 miles back, we rolled through a stop sign without coming to a complete stop. Also, there are illegal fireworks in the trunk.
Sir, I'm gonna need you to step out of the car, please.
Amazon Alexa. You'll never get away from her.
And this is the danger. If you are gonna really decide to use AI, AI is gonna know everything about you. They say today we are living in a world with AI is the new electricity. I don't agree. Today we are living in a world with AI is the new engine, and your data is the electricity, right? All this data you are sharing over the internet, someone is going and using it. And these big companies are using your information for them to train their AIs, to understand what you do and control you. Like what happened with so many apps. Today, Amazon is predicting which item you are gonna order next. So he will ship you that item, and then you say, how do they know what I want to order? And they say, if you don't want it, don't worry, you can return it. Today, when you are going and applying for an insurance for your car, the insurance company, believe it or not, if you are driving electric car, they will know everything about you. Like what you saw in the video. This video is not fake. If you are driving Tesla or electric car, They will know if you're actually driving and there is a stop sign and you don't stop. They know you are accelerating where there's no camera in Oman, right? Because in Oman, you know where's the camera. So in that way, they will send this information to the insurance agent saying, you don't have any accident, but you are a bad driver. So what will happen? Insurance company will increase your premium. They will publish 300 pages report shared with LexisNexis. And you say, but this is invasion of privacy. No, no, no. When you signed the agreement, you actually said, yes, I accept them to monitor my behavior and share the information. So they know what's happening outside your car and inside your car, where you go and where you come, and who's with you in the car. All this information is being monitored. They know everything about you. Sometimes, if you are using this AI solution, we think they can read our mind.
Hey, babe, check this out. Alexa, it's game day.
Streaming football on Prime Video, closing blinds, chilling rosé.
Rosé?
Well, it's an afternoon game.
Oh. It's like she can read your mind. Your mind.
I love that we get to sleep in. Ordering fresh mint mouthwash. Extra strength.
I was thinking I should get a spray tan, you know, because that's on Wednesday.
Activating blender.
Funeral's on Monday.
What about the gold, Papa? Can't you see? The treasure all along. It was here.
Love the eye patch. When does the show open?
March 8th.
Setting reminder to fake your own death on March 8th.
What the?
When you have to do those love scenes with hot guys, is that fun or is that like the worst?
It's the worst.
Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies.
Scarlett, this bread is delicious.
So good.
Did you make it?
Yes, it's from my Gammy's recipe.
Announcement. Gammy is short for she bought it at Whole Foods. Announcement. Colin left the oysters in the car for 5 hours.
It's probably better Alexa can't read your mind.
Bad idea.
Watch the game.
This is the danger of AI, that if we are sharing all our information, our data with AI, what AI can do with this information? There's a very interesting case that recently happened of an organization that's being hacked. And then when they were trying to understand how it's being hacked, they discovered that 3 months before, one guy was doing a program and he got an issue in his programming. So he decided to go to ChatGPT and share the code with the ChatGPT for him to get an understanding of what's the issue. And ChatGPT say, here's the issue, fix it. Then later, a hacker used ChatGPT to be able to understand what code the organization is using, and he used that code to hack the organization. So think, again, when you are allowing your staff to share private information from your organization over the internet, what can happen when you are using these AI solutions? So can we use AI in our audit? The answer is yes, we can use it. You can go to ChatGPT and you can share general information. You can say, the public information related to the minutes of meetings by our board of directors that published on our website or the news. Please analyze it and tell us what the major issues we need to look at. You can say the financial statement of the organization that already published, you need to analyze it and tell us where the area of risk that we need to focus our audit on. You can tell ChatGPT or any other tool to look at the public information. But once you use private information on a public platform like ChatGPT or any AI tool, they will own this information. And that's the danger. Invasion of privacy is a big issue. The other thing that these models are trained based on large set of data. And sometimes these AI companies, they are stealing our data. The meaning, if you are a journalist, you are writing an article, the AI will go and steal this article, and then when you ask AI, AI will tell you the information. It looks like AI came up with this information. This is why you see in US so many of these news network and companies who are publishing over the internet all this amazing work by paid journalists. They sued these AI companies, and now they are receiving hundreds of millions as a compensation for allowing this AI solution to use the news that they generate. What about you and me? What we share on LinkedIn, what we shared on YouTube, are we getting compensated for? No. These AI are using our information, they are watching our videos, they are reading our blogs, and we are getting zero. Not only zero, we are not getting any more traffic because only AI is watching and reading our stuff over the internet. Humans are using AI to get access to this information. This is why so many organizations today, they say, we don't use AI to steal your information. We actually generate new information based on insight we have. So the unethical use of AI is a big issue. You as an auditor, you need to go to your organization and say, are we using AI in a way we are not violating the privacy of our customers? We are not violating the copyrights of the individuals over the internet? We are in compliance with the rules and regulations or not? Because this is a big issue. The other big issue that today everyone is moving to after the internet, after the fintech, after all this renewable energy, we call it robotics. Organizations say today we are moving to convert and mix all this AI solution with machines who are going to do the task. And machines are very interesting, right? Because look at this company. They bought a machine to do the work. They bought a robot to do all the work. Look how amazing this robot. Sorry, there is a robot. Where's the robot? This is the remote worker in Philippines getting $3.5 for doing the work, appearing as a robot operating Japan. And this is the actual robot that's sold to the company. This robot is saying, oh, I am an autonomous robot. I can do all the work. See, I can look, I can see, and I can do all the work while the store is closed. But in reality, this is not the actual solution. This is a human who's controlling this machine to do the work. But the company sold it to the retail. We have a new system, robotic solution, that's doing all the work. And everyone says, see, these are our workers. Which one is easier, to create the solution or to hire someone for $3.5 to do the work? Of course, to hire someone, easy. Because to create something like this, you can imagine the research and technology and work and how many issues you are going to face compared to fake it until you make it. Let's do this for a couple of years until we figure out how we create this technology. And by the way, they are using this technology to teach this machine how to perform the task. So once the machine will understand where they need to move, how they need to move, they can fire the worker and the machine will do it. Because now they understand until they move to another store. This is what's happening today with AI washing. Companies, they have so many big claims, but actually not working in reality. So what we need to look when we look inside your organization. Inside your organization today, we have so many functions, and all these functions are going to be using technology, AI, to automate their work. And these functions are connected between finance, between operation, between back end. What about internal auditors? Why we, as internal auditors, we are not here in the spectrum of work? We come from outside and they say, let's audit finance. Okay, let's go back. Let's all go audit HR. Let's go back. Why we are not integrating our work with the system of the organization? This is why they say the old way of doing work is looking at all these fraud areas and saying, how can we come and audit all this fraud area by looking at each one inside the operation? Because fraud today is a big issue. Rather than doing it manually, by going and saying, let's go and do an audit, let's obtain the data from the system, put them in our ACL, in our Excel, analyze them, then come up with a solution. Why we are not doing continuous auditing while the information inside the system in real time? Why we are not integrating our work with the operation of the organization? Today, we can't work in silos. We can't go and say, let's analyze here in Excel and let's give back the feedback. We need to audit in real time. We need to analyze the data in real time. We need to be able to use these AI tools to manage whatever happening in real time, using automation, using analytics, using artificial intelligence. So in that way, work will be done faster and it will be done 24 hours. We are doing continuous audit, real-time audit. We need to use solutions like ChatGPT to automate some of our work. This is a very nice guide published by IIA about how can you use ChatGPT as an internal auditor. And it's focusing on certain fundamentals. What are these fundamentals? For you to use ChatGPT, there are 3 things. Number 1, you need to say to ChatGPT, act as an auditor, act as a fraud manager, act as a risk manager, whatever you want. After you give an AI a role, the next task is to go and say, what do you want AI to do? I would like you to analyze the risk. I would like you to redraft the report. And finally, what is the format you are expecting? How many here in the room, they are using AI when they are doing audit? Okay, good. About half of the individuals in the room using AI? Great. What about the rest? The rest, they say, yeah, we don't know how to use AI. Good. Do you know what AI made for? Made for lazy people, which is good. They say it's good to be lazy. Why? Because you will do your work faster, because you don't want to spend so much time. So for the rest of you that you don't know how to use AI, I have a solution for you. Go to AI and say, I work as an auditor in this bank. What question I should ask you to perform the audit? So AI will tell you the questions you should ask them, so you don't have to think about the questions. So look how interesting. AI can actually tell you what you need to ask. Then you can refine these questions and ask AI. So you don't have to think. Always we need to use technology to help us make our work much better. So can we use AI to automate some of our work? Yes, we can do it in risk assessment, right? We can use it in planning the audit. We can use it in writing the report, in conducting the audit. There are so many solutions we can use AI and ChatGPT to automate our work rather than we do it manually. And at the same time, there are some other solutions that we can create in-house. Some organizations are creating their own AI solution in-house because they don't want to share their information, sensitive data with the public platform, and they are using that to automate their work. So how can we benefit from that? But what I'm here today to speak about actually is a very interesting framework created by IIA. And they are saying auditors today, they need to add another area, another scope where they need to audit, which is we call it auditing AI capabilities inside your organization. So they created a very nice framework about how can we go and audit AI technology. So this framework focusing on 3 components. The first component is focusing on what we call AI strategy. The second one is speaking about governance, and finally speaking about human factors. So let's speak about this capability. The first one called cyber resilience. If you are creating this AI capability, can you ensure that you have the proper cyber security controls in place? Because you don't want to create AI solution that got all your algorithm and all your information, and then a hacker will hack it. Like what happened with ChatGPT 4 months ago. ChatGPT had been hacked. Oops. Thank God no one stole the algorithm. But we don't know if they stole some data. So you don't want to create a solution that is subject and target for these hackers. Number 2, you need to ensure you have AI capabilities. When you are going to go and tell the board of directors, we implemented this AI solution, you as an auditor, you need to check this AI is actually working or it's fake. Someone manually doing the work, right? Like we show in so many examples, so many of these tech companies, they are doing the work manually, but they are claiming that this is AI. Some of these tech companies, they say, we have a new laptops with AI chip. What is this AI chip? As a special microchip that can do AI capabilities. How can we verify that? So this is why you need to go and tell board of directors, be careful. We can't take a label everything by AI. We need to make sure it's actual AI working. Otherwise, we are tricking investors. We can have legal issues. This is the first component. The next one is about governance. Can we ensure that the quality of the data that we are using is correct? Because if you have the incorrect data enter into the AI, garbage in, garbage out, what we are going to end up? We are going to end up with disaster, right? So we need to make sure that we have the proper data that AI is analyzing to come up with the outcome. And we need to have proper structure for us to analyze large number of data. If you don't have the platform to handle large number of information, your system can crash and disaster will happen. Also, do we have what we call performance measurement? Are we measuring the performance of this AI to ensure it's achieving the goals that we have? So when they launched ChatGPT, they want to measure the performance of ChatGPT. And they discovered ChatGPT had issue. Why? They asked ChatGPT, can you actually go and see a page that only human can see? Do you know when you go to a page and say, are you human or you are a machine? And you need to verify you are human by looking at a photo or doing a task? Well, ChatGPT can actually do it, or AI can do it. So they went to this system and they say, can you go and look at this page? So the AI said, yes. They say, how? So the AI went over the internet and found a freelancing website. And they hired a guy who's working there to go and click on that. But the guy said, why you are not clicking yourself? So the AI said, because I am a human, but I have disability, so I can't see it properly. Please help me. So the human believed the AI and actually went and they click and verified that he is a human. So the AI was able to access a page that's only accessible by a human. So at the end of the day, we need to see, is this AI doing what they should not do? Are they sharing information with customers or vendor or someone on the internet they should not do? This is why we need to control the AI we create inside our organization. We need to have some rules, some guards to make sure they are not going to go off the rail. And this is something we need to speak with IT about. Also, we need to make sure that this system is not giving us fake information, like what happened with ChatGPT. They asked ChatGPT, can you give us a recipe of brownie? So ChatGPT gave the recipe. Then can you give us the reference? Then ChatGPT gave the reference. Then we asked ChatGPT, we verified the reference on the internet doesn't exist. ChatGPT say, yes, I was offline at that time, I created one. What? This is what we call AI hallucination. The system can give you fake information just to achieve the goal. So never trust ChatGPT 100%. The information needs to be verified. A lawyer trusted ChatGPT and he lost his case in court. Why? Because he went to ChatGPT, he said, give me all the information about this person that he had a case against. ChatGPT collected information and some of them, they were not correct because it's from the internet. So what happened? He went to the judge and said, oh, I have all this information. The judge said, they don't exist, this information. Where you got them from? Sorry, from ChatGPT. Then he lost the case because they are not real information. You need to verify everything you get from this AI. You need to measure the performance. Also, we need to look at what we call the human factors. We need to look at the ethics. They say when you are implementing AI solution, some will come to you, they say, sorry, you need to give the user option to use a female and male. Not all the time is going to be AI using a female assistant. Why? This is discrimination, right? Also, we need to make sure we are not violating any of the privacy of our customers, of our vendors, of the users. And we need to make sure we have a black box. No, we have a white box. What is a black box? A system that's rejecting a loan application without telling us the reason. Any AI system should explain to us why something is rejected and why something is accepted. So it should be like a white box. And at the same time, we need to focus and ensure that we have the proper system in place. So how can we do this as an auditor? Look at this, as governance, we can go speak with the board of directors and tell them what kind of system we are implementing, how we are going to be thinking about the capabilities, how can we ensure cybersecurity issue is addressed so we can communicate. Or we can go and speak about the human factor. We tell them, what about the ethics issue? Are we addressing all the ethical issues so in that way they are not firing or hiring employee based on algorithm? A human is making the decision based on the policy and procedure inside the organization. Are we addressing the black box issue to ensure the solution is not rejecting a credit card without reason, but actually explaining to us the factors and the reasons? And ensuring always a human inside the organization is making the call, not a machine. The machine can aggregate all the information, give it to the person in charge, and the human will make the judgment decision to decide exactly yes or no, based on all the factors. So what is your role as an auditor? Your role as an auditor to ensure 3 elements. To ensure that we have legal compliance audit done over these AI solutions. To ensure that their technology is working, is not fake. It's not like someone doing it manually, claiming to be a technology. And to ensure at the same time that we have ethics-based system that's not creating discrimination against our customers, against our employees, against any of our vendors. So how can we do this? You need to work with AI, with IT auditors. To audit AI, IT auditors are important. For them to look at the algorithm, you need to go and see this algorithm they are using. What about the process that we have? Is it properly done using the AI system? Or the process is different. I discover so many organizations, especially banks. If you do the process over the internet, it's different if you do the process over the app. It's different if you do the process in the store. Why the process is different? It's the same process. So why we are not streaming the process in the same way? Why we are creating, when you are using AI, the process change? It should follow the same procedure inside the organization. Also, what about the model? Is this model actually achieving the same result we are expecting the model to achieve? There are no errors. Are we using the right information to input inside the system, and are we getting the right output? And finally, what are the parameters that we are controlling the system on? What are the factors? Like some AI solution, they say, you can't give the user more than, for example, 50 characters. You can't give the users more than 10 inputs. So in that way, you need to decide the parameter to control the system. Who is determining that? Who's controlling this AI system to ensure that it's working properly? And learning objective. Are we defining what is the objective of this AI to achieve and what is the outcome that we need, and ensuring the white box is there? Meaning the system is explaining why he analyzed this data, how he analyzed it, and what is the result, and what's the reason of the result. Auditing the algorithm is very important for us to be able to ensure that our organization are achieving an actual solution, not a fake solution, and the solution is ethical and following the rules and the procedures and the policy inside our organization. But today we are moving to robotics. How can we do it in robotics world?
Good evening. Tonight's top story, a significant leap in robotics. Robots now occupy 20% of jobs across various industries, initially filling labor-intensive roles and now advancing into leadership position. This marks a significant shift in the landscape of employment and technological
Turning to more
integration.
groundbreaking developments, the ascendancy of robots now transcends the corporate sphere, making a profound impact on the world of art. In a
So the
historic
future
milestone,
news that this is the internal audit department in one of your organizations. This is the internal auditor who's auditing HR, this is the internal auditor who's auditing finance, and here's the chief audit executive ensuring everything's done properly. What is going to happen to us? Someone said AI is going to replace auditors because they can do our work much better, faster, and they can do it more efficiently at a low cost. Do you agree? Do you agree that AI is going to take our job? The answer is yes. AI is going to take the job of an auditor who is not using AI. So for you to keep your job, you need to use AI. Because they discovered, based on a research, that AI will do a job much better than a human in so many areas. But a human with AI will do the job better than AI and better than a human. So the integration between a human and AI is very important in all the tasks we do. We can't, it's impossible for us to survive in the future without having AI on our side. But the right AI, the correct AI, not the fake AI. Because at the end of the day, what is your role inside your organization? You are existing inside your organization to provide assurance that the success that your managers, your executives are claiming is real, is not fake. And this is not the end of the story. This is not the end of the AI hype. This is just the beginning. We are living in a wonderland with a story never ever after. But your role inside the organization is to make sure that it will have a happy ending. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Iyad, for your insights and unique delivery. Please remain on stage to receive a token of appreciation for your valuable contribution.
Dears, we'll take a short break of 15 minutes and we'll do the panel discussion later on. Dear CIA members who have been contacted by Oman, please go to the registration desk. And just one last announcement, we have a translation at the end of the room to Arabic language. If anyone would like to take a translator headphones, please go also to the back of the room. Enjoy your break. Security and data privacy, internal audit approach. This session will explore the critical and evolving challenges surrounding cybersecurity and data privacy, focusing on the vital role of the internal audit functions. To lead us through this conversation, let's warmly welcome our esteemed moderator Talal Al-Asmi, with over 20 years of experience in information security, being certified information systems auditor and holds certification in risk information systems control, working as an IT auditor at Al-Maha Petroleum. Talal brings invaluable insight to guide us through this discussion. Let us give a big round of applause to Mr. Talal Al-Asmi to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everybody. In today, a digital age, cybersecurity and data privacy are no longer minor buzzword. They have become a critical components of the organization resilience and reputations. As a cyber threat evolve at the earning base, internal auditors are one of the front line of defense, assessing risk and ensuring compliance. This panel discussion will explore the evaluate effectively navigate these challenges can be or navigate for will be due into topics such as we will talking today about identify and assessing emerging cyber security, enhancing data privacy controls and compliance, leveraging technology to improve audit effectively, and collaborate with the IT and the other stakeholders. We will join the stage are the Mr. Haris Mateen, partner leading enterprise risk services from the KPMG in the Sultanate of Oman. He brings over 18 years of experience delivering internal audit, governance, and resilience services, KPMG clients in Canada, Turkey, UAE, and Oman. The second one, Ms. Dima Shatara, Partner Technology Risk, PwC. Shatara is partner within PwC IT risk team with over 19 years of the experience in the IT, cyber security, and privacy risk management. She has a background leading complex IT, cybersecurity risk assessment, and development reports risk management framework. Shatara experience extent of the regulator compliance review, having the number project assuring aligning with the international standard such as ISO 27K and COBIT. Finally, Dr. Nasser Az-Zakwani. Dr. Nasser, he was as a head information technology in Al-Izz Bank, hold of the PhD from the City University of London in the field of the cyber security, master from Liverpool of technology, and diploma from applied science. He working as a head of the system security and administration in Sultan Qaboos University Hospital and communication. Then the most recently 12 years of the cyber security. As the IT technology, before we started about for the questions, actually we need to mention regarding is very important point for this summit. As we are the cybersecurity expertise, we believe for the something called CISA rule. What's mean of the CISA rule? Security, education, training, awareness. So actually this is the same things we can implement it for the internal audit. The important things, it should be have the training, have to the education as well. This is the same point what we mentioned, Mr. Munir, yesterday. Especially it should be have as a certification for the any professional certificate. That's it actually we believe for that point. Let's start for all questions. As the AI technology continue to evolve, repair, what are the most significant risk and challenge organization face developing AI solution, and how can internal audit payroll of the mitigation, this risk, insurance, ethical, ethics. So we have the two questions in two parts. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes, please.
صباح الخير, السلام عليكم. Thank you, Talal. So indeed, organizations are prone to new, unique risks as a result of deploying AI and adopting AI systems. As you may appreciate, this comes as a natural price to pay for all the AI advancement and opportunities and promises that we get from deploying AI systems and solutions. So some of these risks are inherent risks that come naturally because of the nature of AI systems. And these constitute new risks that we're not accustomed to managing as organizations, the likes of bias and discrimination and traceability risks, ethical AI practices, and other types of risks that we are accustomed to managing, but we have to approach in a different manner. So this would be a good example. The data risks, we're used to managing data risks, but when we're talking about AI systems, we have to delve into it in more detail and in more depth. So we're used to tackling data privacy risks, data quality risks, but now with the whole AI models, basically concentrating on the logic of the AI solution would depend on the data quality, and the data privacy elements would elevate the risk of the organization. And we have the training data risks of being biased and not being properly cleaned. This is completely a new risk. Now we have to also take into consideration where are we deploying AI systems in our organizations. If we are deploying AI solutions to critical functions, so we have organizations that are deploying AI systems to, for example, help in writing emails or translating documents. This is a very trivial use of AI models, but we have other models that we're seeing in the market in the medical institutions, for example, for medical conditions diagnosis, and we are seeing also credit scoring AI models in banking institutions, and this is basically a critical function for AI models. So those two elements to be taken into consideration when we're assessing the risks of AI models basically push and put a lot of pressure on internal auditors to elevate the risks, to elevate their competencies and skills and AI literacy to make sure that they're able to cope with the next phase. The skill set that we have, where the IT auditors are accustomed to the IT audit scope, the information security scope, and of course all the competencies that come with that scope, are not sufficient for the coming period. So when you take an IT auditor that is used to conducting, for example, a change management audit for the regular systems, SAP, Oracle, any type of system that we use in our organizations, even the in-house developed systems. When you take the same skill set and you want to deploy it on an AI model, you need to elevate and you need to change the scope and even the testing procedures to accommodate. So you need to delve into how the AI model is developed, the training data that is used for the development, and the AI model training and of course monitoring afterwards. So all that to say, the AI adoption rate is accelerating in our businesses, and so we need to increase the AI literacy of internal auditors to be able to cope and to be able to add value as board advisors and to provide the proper assurance levels that are expected from internal auditors in the next phase.
If I may just add to that, I think Dima made some excellent points. How many people today here have the AI capability within their internal audit function? Who can perform, as Ayad was mentioning earlier, an algorithm audit? So there you have it. Dima, I think we have to acknowledge the fact that we're well behind the curve when it comes to the adoption of new skills and capabilities that we need to contend with the emerging risks. KPMG's survey a couple of years ago looks no different than the survey today of CEOs who suggest AI is the biggest opportunity and risk that businesses need to contend with. And I think IIA, with his own flair, made that point to us very, very clearly in the last session, right? And how do we ready ourselves then? In this room, no one put their hand up. How do we ready ourselves and position ourselves to better meet the emerging needs of our objectives, where we're falling very, very short? Ayad also talked about ChatGPT and the impact of ChatGPT, and a lot of you put your hands up on using ChatGPT. But my question and challenge to you all today is, being in Oman, being in this market, knowing you well, how many of you have an acceptable use policy within your organization for ChatGPT? How many of you have used ChatGPT without an acceptable use policy? How do we protect ourselves from the downside or the risks of AI? And how do we embrace it positively? How do we use it in an acceptable form as internal audits and for your respective organizations? And frankly, knowing all of you very well and your organizations very well, we're well behind.
Thank you, Haris. Regarding about for the skills, that is very important. Should we have to build to their own capacity here in Oman or as a global for the internal audit? For that question, cybersecurity risk affect any organization bottom lines. So it can drive and cost affect revenues. That's the target and that's important for the NECO, for any organization. So it can harm at the same time for the organization ability and to gain of the maintenance customer. So about your experience, what the skills it should be have to the IT auditors will require to provide assurance?
Cyber is a base core skill set today. It is no longer a luxury, it is a necessity. I can ask the same question now. How many internal audit functions today have this capability built in-house or have an operating model that lends you to the resource that you need to conduct cyber audits? I can tell you 3 or 4 people will put their hand up amongst 300 today. So frankly, it's like any other skill. Do we have the vested interest and do we have the focus and attention of our audit committees, of our organizations collectively to invest in the internal audit function to meet the needs and demands of cyber? And that's where I believe most of the challenge is. Today, it's very, very hard to get the sponsorship sometimes to build out the capabilities or enable an operating model that delivers and answers to the risks around cyber. How many of you have gone through extensive cyber internal audit training? Hands? That's about 6. Again, we're woefully behind. There are core skill sets. There are cybersecurity professionals. It's infusing that talent within the internal audit team and putting an assurance focus on it. We don't need to talk about what skills are necessarily required because those skills are well defined through a set curriculum across the cybersecurity profession. Would you guys like to add to that?
Just adding to Harris' point that growing up as an internal auditor is not enough for you to figure and attracting where is the weakness or vulnerabilities of the organization when we are talking about cyber security. But the combination of the technical side of the cyber security plus the background of being auditor, it will strengthen the outcomes that the auditor will highlight or present it as an observation. And I don't think 1 course, even 2 courses will be enough. Today, if we assume, for example, the auditor today will scope of work, will audit, for example, network security. Or tomorrow will scope of work of that audit, for example, will target application security. Will the internal auditor be able to figure out what kind of risk surrounding our infrastructure, for example? So we need sort of more solid approach to be aligned with the demand of figuring the risk within the organization. And I think that there is an idea, long time I have raised it, is by crossing the functions. And I mean, internal auditors can get participants from the technical field playing the role of wearing the hat of auditors and to do the auditing with the classical approach, peer review. They can follow that approach by looking, okay, today I'm a network security guy. I should look to the security of the network, for example, from another organization from similar sector, banking sector, industrial sector, power, because there is sort of similarity of solution and technology, they are using it. If you go to the power, they are using SCADA. If you go little micro. So by having security guy from SCADA to audit another organization having SCADA systems, I think it will be sort of good approach, strong approach to figure what is the risk surrounding that particular system.
So, Doctor, regarding about the regulation, here in Oman, as we know, we have the data protection based off the Royal Decree in 6/222.
Yes.
So for those questions, what the cyber and privacy compliance gap are you seeing in your career as the internal auditor? I mean, Gersi, Royal Decree such as, and to the other regulation as the ISO 27K or GPDR in the Union country.
By looking to the Royal Decree and the demand, even in Europe, they have GDP and other international frameworks. There is a serious demand to ensure data privacy because of the growth on relying on the technology and its utilization. But when it comes to the internal auditors and their mission to ensure efficiency on the data privacy, there's a classical approach by looking to the policy, procedures, compliance, and all that stuff, which is fine. It should be approached and it should be followed. But there is another approach relying on the technology and human. When it comes to the human, do you have the skillful people to deploy and to implement that decree requirement or the frameworks initiated by the sector-based? Like, for example, in Oman, there is a new framework coming on the ground, resilience framework. And it's mandated for all banking sector to comply to that framework. Goes to the field, the skillful teams handling that compliance. Then going to the auditors, do they have enough capacity to figure where is the gap to comply to that particular? The employees within the organization, do they know how to practice data privacy and assurance? Who is authorized to access what? These type of things. By implementing different concepts in cybersecurity like zero trust, least privilege, a lot of concepts, it should be practiced and implemented within the organization. So the auditors, they have to understand these concepts first of all, and to ensure it is well deployed, well implemented, well practiced by the employees all over the units crossing. So there is.
Thank you. Dima, regarding of the Age Industry 5.1 or 5.0, how the internal audit professional foster strong collaboration with the other professional. Likewise for the IT auditor, risk management, and to the other entity for that approach.
Sure, I'm going to build on what Dr. Nasser just explained. So the regulatory landscape is extremely complicated these days, especially if you're working as part of an international organization where you have to abide by local national regulations and compliance requirements in addition to global ones. In addition to that, the risk the risk profile of organizations is getting complicated because of course, the use of technologies, be it AI or any other technologies. So all that to say, as internal auditors, we have a lot to organize and we have a lot to comprehend and process in order to be able to provide proper assurance. And to mesh with that complexity of ecosystem, we're seeing organizations more and more in discussion of concepts of combined assurance, and some call it aligned assurance, where the different lines of defense within the organization work together to establish an assurance framework so that they can work together, and with that they can execute assurance activities, but with less burden on the operations and the business, and they can align the assurance activities where some of them can rely on the work of the others. At the same time, we can remove duplicate assurance activities and operations within the organization that can be both costly and waste a lot of time from doing the actual business. And this approach also identifies missing assurance gaps within the organization so that you can fill those gaps. So basically, going for combined assurance practices is something that we're looking at to make sure that everyone within the different lines of service is working together to manage the complicated compliance and risk framework, compliance environment.
Thank you, Dima. Harris, before going for the data privacy, we have case what's happened in 2018. What I'm guess the CEO of the Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, he have the leak all that's the information for all that's the clients who have the account and that's Facebook. So that's loss for this company more than 17 million US dollar. So on those questions, as the internal audit, what the role does internal audit play in assessing cyber and data privacy risk?
I think we play the role of a third line of defense, quite simply. It's a risk that sits within the paradigm of our top risks within the organization, driven by regulation and driven by our reality today. It is no different, as far as I'm concerned, than addressing and responding to any other risk. Our fundamentals stay the same. So our role is to understand the regulations, understand our commitment as an organization to the data privacy regulations, and adhere to that and support the assurance over that. As always, our perspective should be to not only provide assurance, but provide a platform for insight into how is this being done elsewhere, and add value in that way. I'll ask my colleagues to add to that if there's anything you'd like to add.
No, we keep repeating the word, like we need to ensure efficiency, effectiveness, and all these type of terms when it comes to the security controls. But how to make it a real effective controls and how to make it real efficient strategy or policy all over when it comes to the data privacy, security controls, that ensuring even the technologies we are using within our organization. Still, and I focus and stress over the point of raising the skills of the people that working on these fields. Not because of I'm a doctor, no, because of the actual need that we need to train, we need to upskill the people when it comes to handling the system that ensuring our security and privacy there, like data leakage prevention solution and all that stuff of technologies, and the engineers on top of that solution. At the same time, the employees within the organization. We need to keep alerting them, training them, waking them up before things happening. So, because the skills that we have it currently is not aligned with the growth of the technologies and all these. If you look to the current cyber threats, it's very dynamic cyber threats. We are in the cybersecurity domain and we are not capable to cope up with the threats coming. Using AI, it's replicating itself, it's encrypting the whole organization, and I'm sure you have heard about many cases around in the country or even globally. Many organizations been fully encrypted, and when it comes to the analysis and the report, it will show you that these vulnerabilities was there. So where is the security controls? Where are the security guys? Where is the cyber professional controls and firewall and all these threat intelligence solution, SIMSOC, all these controls? Where it is? It was in sort of sleep mode, so it cannot cope up with the demand. So this is because of the skills that our professional people, our employees as well, to be uplifted and continuously scaled.
I can probably add one point to that. Skills are extremely important.
Yeah.
The other element that we need to provide our internal auditors with is the right technology and the right tools. So using the same internal audit systems and internal audit enablers in today's processes and operations is not viable. So if you have the right skills in terms of people, you need to elevate that and combine that and augment it with the right tools. Now, the discussion in the internal audit profession is more going towards continuous audit mechanisms, for example, and this is where we're shifting gears and internal audit as a process from a function that comes after the fact to a function that gets in time they get involved just right in time because of the technological enablers that enable them to identify anomalies in the right time. So skills in addition to the right technology, because the size of the data that we have does not render the traditional methods and technologies that we used to use like 10 years ago in internal audit viable to use in this time.
Stima, I think just to kind of close off, if that's okay on that subject, I think really building that, as you rightfully mentioned, the capability. Now, where that becomes vitally important is, again, let's step back to my first comment on AI and cyber. We talk about building risk-based audit plans. We talk about executing and delivering a risk-based internal audit plan. And we can all gloat and talk about it to our audit committees to the break of dawn. But the fact remains is your top risks, as far as we are concerned today, and I think there's consensus on the stage today in terms of where your top risks are, a lot of them remain unanswered. A lot of them remain disjointed with the rest of the spectrums of assurance within the organization. So combined assurance is going to be key there. You cannot expect to have every skill within the internal audit function, but you need to have access to those skills within the organization. Access and ability to rely on other spectrums of assurance within the organization. So our role is to, like any other key risk facing the organization, is to show leadership with respect to the risk, and the insight with respect to that risk. And frankly, I think we've got lots of road to cover there, but I think as our new global internal audit standards suggest, combined assurance is to be used, is to be relied upon, is to be explored with a little bit more innovation and effort. Yeah?
Thank you. Just to add one point here, like Iyad has mentioned one point, we need ongoing auditing. We need to change our classical approach of doing the auditing to go to the ongoing auditing operations. Because the visibility of the threats, visibility of the risk, it's there when it comes to the technology and privacy and all these cyber threats. So we need sort of aligning between the nature of our cyber threats and the nature of our auditing to change from quarter-based or half-year, end-of-year auditing. No. I think while we are in front of the auditors now, good to change this classical approach to a new approach that aligned with the nature of the cyber threats and data privacy.
That's, Doctor, we bring it for as a data. As we know, as a data as a process, data in rest, data in storage.
Yeah.
So how can organization effectively address the unique data privacy challenge posed by cross-broad data flow as a culture and sensitive are involving regulation, landscape, and ensuring compliance with the local as international regulation. The same questions may be the first what we're asking, but in the other world.
By looking to the cyber threats, it's international or it could be national. And these threats is threatening the data that you store it within your organization. And you cannot assume that you are isolated from the world. So let us agree this is what is going on right now as a case. Going to another hand, that how the organization will assure data privacy, how to assure protection and compliance as well. Assurance is by having a technology in place or a control in place, okay? And the organization need to build it properly by upscaling their teams, by upscaling the quality and efficiency of their controls, by complying to the national frameworks issued by royal decree, like here in Oman, or sector-based, like what has happened in the banking sector recently. And we would like to have the same experience with other sectors like power, like critical infrastructure, to initiate or to establish these type of frameworks and to ensure that there is a level of compliance are in practice. So this type of approach should be on the ground. In addition, again, I will go back to the main point I raised, that we have to have sort of more agile approaches and look at it from contextual dimension, you know, but because nowadays people are talking a lot about fraud as a threat in the banking, aligned with the malware and other threats. So that sector should focus on that area. What kind of fraud that could hit the privacy of the information within the banking sector. Like if you go to the power sector, for example, power and energy, what could threaten you is to do sort of disruption to the service. That is the top risk organization. So correlated to the data privacy, okay? What kind of control to be in that area, and so on. You look at it domain by domain or sector by sector.
Harris, Dima, how can authorization cybersecurity invest based on risk? How can the organization prioritizing as the cybersecurity investment based on risk?
Sure. I think it comes back to what I was saying earlier, and I hate to be a broken record here a little bit, but if you know what your risks are as an organization, you need to build resource and skills and capabilities, and as Dima said, the tools and technology you need to address that risk, right? As internal audit functions, without which you're going to be nowhere, right? It's as good as not knowing the risk itself. So I think investment at this point in time in Oman, where we are today, is based on people, capabilities, building the right capacity, tools and technology. And that it's underpinned by your audit committee's collective focus and ability and appetite to invest in these areas. If they acknowledge these risks, they have to acknowledge our response.
Yeah. Just to add one point, if we think about the best approach when it comes, look at the top listed threats. Every single sector should look at what is the top listed threats, okay? At that approach, or following that approach, the organization could succeed in their mission by mitigating the listed threats. Like I can argue from today till day after tomorrow about the malware still on the top of the listed threats that every single organization should think about it for the upcoming years.
Dr. Nasser, what are the new control testing techniques are employed to assess efficiency of the control sharing responsibility models?
We cannot say that one size fits all controls. And I do prefer for these controls to go case by case. if you, for example, pick one control, network security controls. Go to network security controls and look at what kind of controls you have to secure your organizational networks. Go to the application, go to the mobile application. So by approach it case by case, I'm sure the outcome will be more closer to the actual mitigation of your challenge or to your threats. But by approach it collectively is not going to, yes, you will try, you will do sort of mitigation here, mitigation over there. By approach it case by case, individually, you segregating these type of digital, let us say, digital domains, and I'm sure you will be able to figure the threats and figuring the control on top of that threats or vulnerabilities, and the treatment will be, inshallah, more effective.
Haris, you need to add any things for that point?
Thank you.
The last questions, again with Dr. Nasser, before coming from the cybersecurity in the field.
I have been the biggest portion for questions.
How the internal audit or auditors adapting risk assessment methodology to account for the unique risk associated with the cloud environment, such as a data security, access control, and vendor management.
I think the classical approach of risk assessment, okay, have certain challenges if we go back how risk assessment get practiced. There are a list of challenges combined with it. Like, as I mentioned to you, it's more generic, less focused to the case by case, sort of get conducted periodically, is not having that much deep to the, for example, scope of that risk assessment, lacking of visibility, okay, sort of, how to say that, it is not reflecting the real dynamic of the threats. For example, if we are to do, for example, let us go back to the malware. If we come to the organization and we will do or we will conduct risk assessment on that particular organization, and figuring that we don't have malware protection within the organization. Assume a case study, like, for example. Okay, that malware protection, the advice from the internal auditor will come that let us have a solution to protect this organization from malware. Tick. Then the audit observation gets closed. After 6 months, malware attack will come to the organization. Then the internal auditor will say, okay, what is happening? Malware protection solution is there. IT claiming that we have implemented the malware protection. They can swear to God that, oh, we have done everything. But when it comes to the details of that solution, you know, the auditors may be lacking that type of skills to ensure when we do, or when we are conducting risk assessment, it should go to the details of that particular scope of work, which is, if we are assuming the malware, is this covering all servers? Is it covering the whole machines, endpoints, switches, plus. At that point, if the risk assessment goes to the details of every single areas, I think it will give the expected outcomes. But with the traditional approaches, I don't think the traditional risk assessment approach is promising to figure the actual risk and the level of the risk itself.
Thank you, Doctor. And the important things regarding about the vendors is very important to proper select the vendors by different categories, especially we're doing as a due diligence to ensure that vendors where is storage that's data, because it's as critical, especially we're talking as the cyber resilience or data privacy. Thank you so much about your timing and you answered my questions. Now we're giving about any questions or anything, please. From our side, we conclude.
You want us to ask questions?
Because of time, we will have to stop,
Okay.
and we can ask them to approach you later during the breaks. Yeah.
Thank you.
For any question. Thank you.
Thank you.
We just please remain on stage to receive a token of appreciation. Mr. Farhan Malik, please. Thank you.
We are pleased now to continue with our next session, an engaging panel discussion titled ESG and the Role of Internal Audit. This session will explore the growing importance of ESG practices and the critical role that internal audit plays in supporting and assessing these initiatives. Moderated by Saleh Al-Mahdouri, General Manager of Internal Audit at the Port of Salalah and an experienced chief auditor in the oil, gas, utility, and logistics sector, with a proven record of providing acceleration and advisory services to the management and board. Please join me in welcoming Saleh Al-Mahdouri to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, Amira, for the hefty introduction, but I assure you I'm not that old. So, as ESG practices mature, attention is being turned into the quality of ESG data to make informed decisions and to come up with the best financial outcomes. The momentum is growing, where stakeholders today are focusing on the enhanced transparency, accountability, and authenticity of ESG reporting. Establishing a consistent approach, identifying relevant information, and measuring and reporting the progress is now the basis of ESG. So our discussion today will revolve around the requirements and the reporting of ESG from the FSA and the benefits of having a proper ESG reporting. And perhaps if the time allows, we will dive deep into some of these metrics. So without further ado, let me welcome our guest speakers today. Our first guest speaker is Ms. Rania Bijani. Rania brings over 20 years of global cross-sector experience leading and advising on internal audit risk management, governance, and internal controls matters. A trusted transformative advisor to boards, C-suites, leaders, and audit and risk. Rania is the former Chief Audit and Risk Executive for Vion in Amsterdam, First Group and Colt Technology Services in London. She has a proven track record in making a significant impact, partnering effectively with business and aligning audit to the strategic priorities. Please welcome Rania to the stage. Our second speaker, Dr. Khalid Al-Amri. Dr. Khalid Al-Amri is a prominent leader in environment, social, and governance, currently serving as the Executive Chairman of the Omani Economic Association and Managing Director of Usul Consultancy Company. With a strong foundation in finance, he is highly regarded for advising up regulatory authorities and leading corporations on ESG, integration, and sustainability practices. And our final guest today is Walid Al-Abri. Ouid Abri is the Group Chief Internal Auditor at Nama Holding. He brings a wealth of knowledge and experience with governance and internal audit practices in the utility sector, one of the most highly regulated sectors in Oman. He also serves in the board of the IIA Oman. So join me, please, to welcome all the guests. So to set the context here, so by show of hands, how many here are aware of the proper reporting or the requirements of the ESG reporting from the FSA? Let's say for about more than 30% in terms of knowledge, myself included. So as you can see, it's a very new concept that is evolving now in Oman as well as the GCC. So my first question will come on the bodies, for perhaps Dr. Khalid, the bodies of GRI and SASB. If you can shed some light on the regulatories and how they come up with these metrics. Press the button.
Thank you. As you all know, the recent regulatory that have dominated the market these days is the requirement of the MSX, Muscat Stock Exchange, to disclose the ESG activities. But in fact, there are other regulatory bodies here in Oman. To give you a landscape of regulatory environment in Oman, we do have also Central Bank of Oman. Central Bank of Oman have started in December 2021, where they mandate all the commercial banks in Oman to include ESG elements in their credit evaluations. Also, later in this year, in 2024, also Central Bank of Oman have mandated the commercial banks not also to include the ESG element in the credit, but also to assess to perform the impact assessment on the IFRS S1 and S2, which become a new ESG IFRS requirement. Also, we have here recently Ministry of Finance have issued the green financing or sustainable finance framework, where it lay out the different mechanism of issuing green bonds, green sukuk, and the use of these sukuk to financing infrastructure and green project. We do also have the MSX, which started last year in September 2023, mandating all the listed company to start complying with the framework of the MSX in terms of issuing or disclosing the 30 metrics, as well as the issuing the ESG report, or they call it sustainability report sometimes. So these, in brief, the regulatory requirement here in Oman. MSX started gradually by introducing the framework as voluntary in the voluntary basis. Moving forward in 2025, the first quarter of every year, all the companies have to disclose the 30 metrics in addition to the sustainability report.
Thank you. So Rania, maybe jumping on the environment side, while mechanisms today exist on measuring most of these metrics, one of the most challenging one, I guess, is the carbon emission or CO2 emission. How do you think companies can overcome such a reporting?
Sure. First of all, كل عام وأنتم جميعا بخير، وأنا كتير سعيدة إنه أكون بعمان نهار your National Day. It's important to understand the context of the emissions, first of all, and I also want to tie it back at the end to the role of audit in this. So for those of you who do not know, when it comes to the carbon emissions, companies are supposed to report on like 3 separate buckets. You've got scope 1, which is anything within the direct control of the organization. Scope 2, which relates to services they buy, like electricity and things like that. And Scope 3 is actually the emissions driven by the supply chain, which is really the biggest challenge of all. Because to some extent, the first bucket, Scope 1 and Scope 2, the company has rather reliable information, maybe not perfectly reliable, but at least it's within its control to be able to calculate and estimate. The challenge really comes, especially if the company has lots and lots of vendors and transportation providers in different parts of the world, where there is no standard way of capturing this information, and there is really no obligation for the suppliers to give that information. So we revert back to a lot of good old-fashioned collaboration, communication, engagement, and incentivization of suppliers to collaborate and give this information. And the company then has to apply a series of reasonableness checks and estimations to be able to use it. So when it comes to us as a community of auditors, as this reporting evolves and improves, the challenge will always be in the implementation and how effective that implementation is, how reliable is this information, what frameworks and benchmarks have been used to validate it, to estimate it, what context it is in. And I would always advise that we remain on the side of caution. Management would want to make sure that they're promoting how well they're managing the emissions. But us as auditors, we need to make sure we remain cautious and that we do not overinflate it to, prevent reputational damage to the company, fines and breaches and all the rest of it.
Okay. Walid, coming from the electricity sector, how do you think this challenge is being tackled at the moment?
Thank you, Saleh, for the question. Actually, from electricity sector, like Rania has mentioned, it's one of the challenges that mainly facing the environmental aspect of it is the reporting on the uncontrollable, I would say the matrix that's coming from the supply chain. In electricity sector, when it comes to the environment, as a sector, we have many initiatives that are especially the renewables, going to renewables. There are a lot of initiatives going to renewables. These initiatives actually is going toward achieving the neutrality, neutral objective of the country by 2050, zero neutral. And as a sector, we have also started reporting because the sector has approached tap the market in terms of funding and loans, international markets. Based on that, we have to comply also with some reporting requirement like GRI and other requirements.
Okay. So,
if I may add on this, the regulator here in Oman, for the especially for listed company, they acknowledge the fact the carbon emission is a challenge. As Rani stated, we have Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3. The most challenging is Scope 3 because that's not only indirect, but also that has to do with your supplier, has to do with the business travel and other uncontrollable and hard to trace the data. So the MSX have relaxed this requirement for the next for the 2025 companies. They don't have to report on the Scope 3. They have to report on Scope 1 and Scope 2. Also, one of the regulatory body that is under formation now is under the Ministry of Energy. It's called the Net Zero Carbon Center, which will be the responsible center to store the data of the carbon emission, providing the technical assistance on the calculation. Also, when it comes to achieving our national target, the net carbon emission by 2050, it would help to provide the guidance and the decarbonization plan to achieve that target as well.
Very insightful, thank you. Another challenge perhaps on the social side is the labor practice. We have seen in internationally and some other places where basically the labor practice covers the wages, fair wages, safe working conditions, and as well as the employee benefits. Now, we've seen, for example, in the US, the case or the issue on the MBA and the WMBA players being paid differently. And obviously there are business cases for those. But how do you think companies can report with all transparency when it comes to all of this? Especially you have some of the businesses like the mines. It's very difficult. I mean, it is unsafe by nature, but at the same time you have to provide what is ESG is requiring from you.
Sure. I believe that the metrics related to labor are probably the easiest out of the whole ESG package for companies to be able to produce, but are likely to be the most explosive and have most of the backlash. So the context changes from country to country. There is, when it comes to the concept of fairness, we're talking, about variable points. There's the gender difference, which is, quite easy to measure. But then you've got things like disabilities, you have age, and then you have different ethnicities. So for example, what the context in Oman might be, and what is important and potentially controversial will be, let's say, different from Europe. In Europe, similarly with the case of the NBA and the women's NBA, we've had that issue with the football, but we've also had that with a lot of organizations and banks, and consumers have actually backlashed, where they, in some instances, demand for the products of certain banks and certain retailers, and have diminished when it was shown that women were substantially less paid. And there's been also other stories around, around ageism and disabilities and the rest of it. So because companies are likely to be required to report on this, the reporting itself is not going to be that complicated, because the data will be there, and of course it would have to be assessed and sanitized and checked and validated and all the rest of it. But the real trick from a company risk management perspective is the how it gets communicated, the messaging that goes with that, because more often than not, this data will be controversial. So the emphasis should be on relating the numbers, but also what the company is going to do about it, what lessons it has learned from this, how it is improved, let's say, this year compared to prior year, how to pair this maybe not so good metric with some good metric around training or hiring or whatever. And it needs, if the company, if the organizations and the government bodies are serious about it, then there needs to be a strategy that goes hand in hand with it around the training, the integration, the upgrading, the improvements planned in the business, and what strategy are they going to do to improve fairness and improve that transparency and communicate that in that context.
If I may add to what Rania
Yes, please,
said,
Doctor.
yeah, I mean, as Rania said, the reporting itself is not the challenge. I mean, the data is available, especially when it comes to the to the HR data, the number of women in force, the men, the percentage of the participation, the hours of trainings, and so on and so forth. But
let me just insert one thing into before you answer. So I understand all of that, but then let's say one of the metrics, or the specific metric rather, is the CEO pay ratio. Please add that to the response, because it can become a little bit more sensitive.
It is sensitive. That's why, again, MSX have relaxed the payout ratio of the CEO for this year, just to encourage the listed company to publish, the rest of the data. They start with the reasonable, I guess, requirement, but over the years, the requirement might be increased. Back to the requirement of the HR data or the social data in particular, the issue here is to comply, to strike a balance between international requirement and the local context. We as an consultant having the local context, understanding the law and requirements here in Oman, especially with the latest labor law, where it has been improved significantly, giving the women, more rights and the participation when it comes to the maternity leave. There are so many human rights have been improved dramatically in this context. So, the consultant or the companies have to bear this in mind to bring that to the local context when they write the report, showing the Oman effort in terms of protecting the human rights, the equality of pay, the different treatments, and also to showcase the different trainings and the facility that's given to the employees. And not only that, the social does not cover the internal employee, but looking also at the external community at large, looking at the CSR fund allocated to help the communities. And now, the reporters went one step further, not only to just measuring the money spent, but what are the impact? Were you able to provide any jobs for the job seekers? And the last topic, or the topic that become controversial, is between the diversity and Omanization. This has always been discussed and thoroughly in those reports. They encourage the Omanization, and also they have to show that also they are welcoming and having a diverse and equal work environment.
Perhaps,
if you allow me, Saleh,
yes, if you can add with the flavor, because you coming from a very high risk sector. I mean, incidents when they happen, most of the time it's a fatality, and that ties with the working condition metric that is within the same labor practices.
Yeah, you're talking about health and safety in particular. But before that, I would like to add also, maybe not agree totally with my colleagues here. It's not an easy always to report on wages and benefits equality here, because not all of those data are within your control. Again, you are throughout the supply chain, you have suppliers. It could be international suppliers, not from the same country. So how can you report and ensure also equality in everything? Another thing is you have permanent employees and you have temporary employees or part-time employees, I would say. Those are not equal on everything also. Are we reporting on this? I don't know. Now coming back to the health and safety, reporting on health and safety incidents, not all the companies like to report all that what happens to their employees, because of the risk. Again, this could damage the company reputation. It could also expose the company to a lot of fines. So reporting this, it's a balance actually between the transparency and the company risk.
Yeah. We'll come to that dilemma towards the end of the discussion. For now, if we move on to the governance side, one question is the board composition, or one reporting metric as well, is board composition. To mention, we have the board structure, diversity, independence, tenure, board committees, and training, and board evaluation. How do you see that being applied in UK throughout, or in Europe?
So, board, the focus on governance and boards is, quite well established in the UK and in Europe, because it's been the focus for many years, and we see that that the board structures are in place. There's a lot of push towards diversity, but having things like non-executive directors and well-defined committees, it's a very common practice that you don't even think about it, these days. It's just the norm. This is how things are done. As you come to, to embody and embrace this, again, the challenge is always in the implementation, but this is not something very, it's not something logistically challenging. The challenge is going to be more around the mindset, the culture, and the behavior, because it's a different approach to doing it. So the non-executive director should not be your best friend from school because you trust him or her, that they should really be objective and impartial, that the audit committee takes seriously its mandate and really questions and challenges management on their decisions and not cover up to management, if that makes sense. So that is going to be the challenge. But like in Europe and in the UK, having diversity on the board, it's still something that is being worked on today. And board evaluations are common practice, and some of these issues still come up.
Okay. So from a FSA perspective, are all of these metrics or parameters under the board composition, are they all required to comply and report as of now for the company? I mean, obviously going on 2025, but are they going to be mandatory to report, to comply and report?
Yes, the short answer, they are required and have to be reported. Actually here, the case for the listed company is easier because we have the governance report. The governance report does, disclose the names, the occupation of the directors, the remunerations, the benefit they are getting, if there is any, related party transactions. We disclose, the percentage of female representative in the board. All of that information are already big, let's say, most of it is covered under the governance report. What's new now in the ESG matrix is become a more, scientific, it's more, systematic, more, complying with an international standards. And it gives the readers, the wide audience, whether they are investors or minority investors or regulators, an insight what are the facts and the practice in the market. So the MSX wouldn't state or stipulate the percentage of independent directors has to be at a certain threshold, but rather they want the transparency to the public, they want the information to be out there. So for the decision maker later on, when they want to make any regulation or an informed decision, it will be based on scientific and based on availability of the data. And I think the governance from a practice, from consulting, different companies across the different industries, I find the governance is the least worries. Most of the challenges would be around the environmental and also probably the social. In Oman, we have a very good, robust and governance framework applied for most of the, applied across the listed companies.
Perhaps the same question goes to Walid. Walid, you've been in so many multiple boards throughout your career, and you've seen the representation of both gender. Do you think, as of today, it's very different from let's say, the past 10 years in terms of representation? I know, as of today, a couple of companies where they don't have the female representation in some of the boards. I know that we have to report, but is there any compliance, let's say, ratio or so? That is, I'm personally not aware. But I was just on to hear from Walid.
Thank you, Saleh. Actually, I see it changing now. I can see almost on every board there are a lady, one or two. Throughout my career, at least for the companies that and the boards that I work with. So it's coming. If we talk also in this regard, maybe Doctor talked about listed companies. For those companies that are owned by OIA, alhamdulillah, now they are start regulating this and they start mandating the disclosure of governance requirement that includes all these requirements, almost all the requirements or the matrices. So this is, I see it's coming. We have ladies are being included in the board of directors. They are being chairing committees also, and chairing boards also, not only committees, throughout, at least for the unlisted companies that I worked with their boards.
Thank you. So circling back to the environment, one of the other metrics as well is the thrive through the energy consumption on the companies, so that they can have a positive impact on the environment. How do you see that challenge specifically in the tech companies?
Sure, and I can speak about tech because I worked in this sector. Well, there is a reality today that tech companies are actually the most visible companies, whether it be the Googles and the Microsofts and the Apples and the Amazons or OpenAI or the telco companies that are enabling that. So, these companies have massive server farms. They have huge data centers that consume crazy amounts of energy. So any savings that they do will have massive benefits in terms of emissions on the environment itself. And so when they do that, not only they are helping the environment, but they are also leading by example and inspiring the other companies to do the same, because they are currently in the forefront. So by them leading the way, that kind of, as I said, would inspire and encourage other companies. Now also with tech, there are so many new diagnostic tools and automated monitoring tools and use cases of artificial intelligence where they are able to improve the quality of the cooling in data centers to save energy, where they are able to use more energy efficient hardware, where they are able to also, for example, monitor the usage and change the energy consumption depending if it's nighttime or daytime or peak or off-peak. For example, here in the region, so why talk about the US when we can talk about the region? END, former Etisalat, they're doing that in some of their large switches and data centers where they are deploying AI to actually reduce energy consumption at nighttime when people are not using these servers and these switches, leading to improvements. But so, and this is also permeating the way tech companies are designing new products, new chips in their products, as well as designing their offices and data centers, and to be more efficient. But also, like if they are retrofitting with more smart thermostats, with LED lighting, and other monitoring devices to be able to save. So the benefits are reputational, obviously, for them, inspiring and empowering others to do it, enabling others to do it through the new technological advancements they offer, and eventually the whole environment will benefit.
I would like to shed some light on this as well. I have, we are lucky to work with the two major telecom companies here in Oman, Omantel and Ooredoo, and what's become a very significant, material topic is the use of the energy, consumption of the energy. They are using huge servers, and not to mention the big towers, and they are, consuming, tremendous amount of electricity. So the new initiative that's been done by, regulators encouraging or giving incentive to the telecom companies to use the solar power to operate those towers, and this have been received positively by ESG rating agencies. So they have seen the initiative, they have seen the impact, and toward using the clean energy in operating, especially the towers. Not to mention also the recent pandemic. Many people, they start working from home, using less, using their vehicles less, and this have reduced also the consumption of electricity. So there are some positive, stories when it comes to environment, especially for the telecom or the tech companies.
The same probably applies for the electricity sector, I'm assuming, because they have already started some initiatives on the green energy. So perhaps you want to shed some light on that, on those initiatives.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to mention here the regulation here in Oman, especially that's led by the Authority for Public Safety Regulation. They start pushing the electricity companies here and power companies toward the green initiatives. One of the initiatives when it comes to the tariff, a few years back they have introduced cost-reflective tariff. What does that mean? It means for the big consumers, they are reflecting the cost, so they are paying the full cost, especially in the peak hour. I mean, in summer, in the daytime, they have to pay the full cost of electricity. This is with the intention to reduce, to change their behavior towards off-peak hours. Okay, to smoothen the consumption, and also to avoid also to encourage or promote conservative consumption from those big customers. Big customers can be industrial, could be even commercial customers like big malls, tourism customers, and so on and so forth.
Okay. On the governance side again, so we have the metric on the transparency and disclosure, especially when it comes to data privacy. In Oman, we have the Oman Data Personal Protection Law. In Europe, we have GDPR. How do you strike the balance? How do you think companies today will cooperate in order for them to, while reporting on this metric, at the same time ensuring that there is not a negative impact that affects the company, especially when there is a data breach or there is some information of the employees that went outside the company?
I believe that actually data privacy laws protect the company. And I'm assuming that's enforceable, and it's not like comply or explain. You must comply, right, in Oman? In line with GDPR, you must comply. So like everything, they present risks and opportunities, and there would be, the challenge of implementing it, of doing the training, the awareness, of actually revisiting the systems and making sure that the right controls are there, rolling out, as I said, the education and the training and enforcing those controls. But ultimately, once that kind of change period happens, it will protect the company because you're protecting employees' data, third-party data, users and customers' data. The task of ensuring continuous compliance and having the right controls in place would be a blend of responsibilities across the three lines of defense. Actually, the business, through the awareness and education and the controls put in place, would need to make sure that they are doing the right thing and applying the right controls. As second line of defense, there would be a data privacy officers and data protection officers whose role, along with compliance, risk management, and other counterparts in legal, etc., to help them, continue that awareness, validate and check the controls are in place, and make sure that the company's reputation is safe and protected. And then you have, at the end of the spectrum, the internal auditors as the third line of defense, also getting involved and including this in their yearly audit plans, and including data privacy and data protection as in the scopes of relevant audits, so that they are also playing their part in supporting and enabling the organization to comply, to be strong, to be, to be safe from that regard.
Yes, I was privileged to be involved in forming the framework for the Muscat security market. And while we're drafting the framework, they were a debate because between the localization and complying with the international regulations. So when it comes to data privacy, there were a requirement to comply with European standards. And then, we added, that was not there. So we added the one element to disclose whether you are complying with the Oman data protection law. So this brings the localization, the requirement, and reflect the requirement of the regulator here in Oman. As you can see, the data privacy has become a very, very sensitive issue. Being, a consulting across many industries, the most, dominant, I see, topic, the material topic, beside the Omanization and the carbonization or the emissions, is the data privacy. We see it a lot in the banking sector, in the oil and gas, and mostly in the also telecom industries. They went one step further. As you know, the GRI have 3 sets of disclosure. They have the fundamental, the general requirements, and the materiality. So once you run the materiality exercise, the new topics comes into the picture, reflect the different worries or the importance from different stakeholders, whether they are investors or the board members, or it could be the suppliers. And an interesting topic comes in the telecom is the child digital safety. This become a new topic where they recognize the harm of the access by the child to the harmful content or unpleasant content. And also you see this, the topic is in the oil and gas company when it comes to the biodiversity and other topics that reflect the sector-specific information and requirements.
Yeah. Walid, would you like to add?
Yeah, I would like just when it comes to data privacy, yes, the law and executive direction has been issued and it's enforced, as my colleagues mentioned. However, when it comes to audit, I think if we ask the audience now, how many of the auditors, how many of you have audited the data privacy? I don't think the answer is much. Maybe Abu Ali Rafaidi. That means the awareness about the importance of data privacy among us as an auditors also, and among not only the professionals. It is with the employees, with the community. I think there is a room for improvement in this aspect. And especially when it comes to us, an auditor, we need to start asking the question, what we are doing when it comes to data privacy. How can we enhance the data governance? How can we play a role to uplift our entities, to improve those entities toward the compliance and managing the data privacy risks?
And then finally, our concluding question with regards to the dilemma and how you strike a balance between the companies, if they would like to report on all of these metrics, including, let's say, health and safety issues, workplace incidents, maybe chemical breach at some place harming the sea life or the wildlife, but at the same time, they are quite afraid on what will happen to the bottom line. How do you think companies, or how are companies encouraged, whether it is public or private, how are they encouraged to report such information?
The context to be looked at is what are the aspirations of the company and how well do they want to be influential globally, attract international finance, attract consumers, particularly the younger generation, who is very involved and engaged with ESG, and also what is the legal framework in the country. I understand that in Oman now, you must start reporting, you comply and report. So in a sense, the simple answer, companies have no choice, they have to comply, but the way they would go about it is striking a balance between the transparency and the ethics and how they pitch the message. So this is not about hiding the truth, because eventually the truth will prevail, somehow it would leak, but it's about the strategy of how to go to the market with that. So kind of circling back to what I said earlier, if you have a bad data on health and safety, or on environmental breach, or on pay differences, or unfair work practices, the work becomes around what strategy do we have for the future, and how are we going to communicate that in line of that improvement strategy, and can we demonstrate improvements year on year? How do we benchmark ourselves against the industry or other companies to be able to kind of scaffold the message in a way that would be more palatable? Personally, I believe that transparency, when you have to do it, is the best way, because the reality will catch up with you. So better to go say, hey, we are at the beginning of our journey. We take ownership that we've had some practices that may not be so good. We want to improve on that. This is our baseline, and we want to demonstrate the improvement, is much better vis-a-vis the market and the investors. They'll give you a margin of forgiveness, as opposed to hiding the truth and then it leaks.
Definitely, companies, the first time they disclose the ESG report, they worry about the negative impact, the negative, how the audience or how the stakeholders will receive a negative figure. But they have, again, no choice. They have to disclose this and to establish the credibility. And this will be taken care of by the system. First of all, in Oman, we have to comply with international reporting standard, GRI, Global Reporting Initiative. And in the GRI, you have it stipulated very clearly, you have to compare your the current year with the previous year, and look at the percentage of change and the justification behind it. So all of these has to be very clear and very well articulated. Also, GRI principle, one of the GRI principles is to strike the balance. If a report is all positive, that will be doubtful. The investor wouldn't trust in this. And even the GRI, when you send it to GRI for authentication, they will raise a flag that a report is all positive, there is no negative, or there is no correction measures, or there is no plan to improve certain areas. For example, if an oil and gas having a very lower emission than the average standard of the country, that will raise a flag. If a service provider having 100% customer satisfaction, that also will raise the flag. Not to mention also MSX have one of the 30 metrics is to disclose whether this report have been assured by a third party. So here where it comes, the role of the internal auditors to verify, they are the first line in the defense to verify, making sure the accuracy of the data, and also to seek a third party assurance to look at the accuracy of the data. And not to mention, many of the companies in practice, they rely on the a third-party consultant, so they avoid the dilemma or the conflict of interest between a reporting department and the concerned department. So they don't have the internal politics. They say, okay, let's get an independent consultant to look at this in fair and in the right manner.
Thank you, Doctor. Actually, we ran out of time, so thank you very much, Walid, Dr. Khalid, and Rania. It was very insightful to hear your thoughts, and thank you, the audience, for listening.
Thank you, everyone.
That concludes it, yeah?
Dear speakers, thank you for your contribution, and we would like to give you a token of appreciation, so if you may remain seated. Farhan Abbas. Let's extend our sincere thanks to our esteemed panelist and Saleh Al-Mahdhouri for moderating this insightful session. Your expertise has given us a deeper understanding on ESG and its crucial role and the crucial role of internal audit.
Thank you very much. Our next session invites us to think ahead and embrace the evolution of our profession, titled Reimagining Internal Audit, a Future-Focused Approach. The session will explore innovative strategies and forward-thinking practices that will shape the future of internal audit. To lead us through this forward-thinking conversation, a person who inspires us all. Please join me in welcoming to the stage President of the Institute of Internal Audit in the UK, Mr. Sandro Berry.
Thank you very much. First of all, can I just say it's an absolute privilege to be invited to be here today, especially on Oman's National Day. My wife keeps on encouraging me to think about, why are you doing this? Why are you flying to Oman and embarrassing yourself on a stage? So let me share a secret. I'm here today because I'm very frightened. As I go into my 64th year, I'm not frightened of dying, but I'm frightened of somebody saying to me, Sandro, what did you do with your life? What I don't want to say is I spent my life telling people what could go wrong. I spent my life creating fear. And yet I fear that is what I've been doing as an internal auditor for too many years. What I would like to say is I actually spent my life being innovative, creating an environment of optimism where we can foster economic growth, we can watch people grow, but we can do it in a sustainable fashion. And that's the way I would like our internal audit profession to be perceived. But I do believe we are at a critical tipping point. So I've been asked to speak about the future, but for us to be able to understand the future, we need to understand our past and our present. So I'd like to talk a little bit about my past. Let me tell you a little story about my first ever internal audit review. My responsibility was to check that the fixed assets existed. And the company that employed me had some fine works of art. So I was given a list of these fine works of art, and I was told, go and find them. Now just visualize, I'm 18 years old, I know nothing about anything. And I knock on this big wooden door and there is no answer. So I knock a little bit more loudly. And I hear the words, come in. I open this door and I see a long table, and around the table it's full of old men. And the oldest man is sitting at the very top. I say to him at the very top, it's okay, I'm from internal audit, I've come to check the paintings. I then walk around the room and I tick the valuable paintings, and when I get to the end of the room, I give the man at the top a thumbs up. I have found all the paintings. When I went downstairs and I proudly told my boss what I'd done, he then explained to me that I interrupted my company's board meeting. True story. What I was doing was, in the 1980s, we spent a lot of time looking at validating assets. But thankfully, our profession has evolved. So, we evolved from checking assets to actually checking controls. We became a controls-based profession. So instead of checking for the Mona Lisa, what I was checking was that the alarm system that prevented somebody stealing the Mona Lisa, or an alarm system that detected whether the Mona Lisa had been stolen, whether that alarm system was properly designed and operating effectively. But our profession moved on. It then realized that the fine works of art for this bank constituted 0.001% of the value of this organization. Why was my important internal audit function spending time checking paintings? Should we not be focused on material risks? And our profession evolved into a risk-based internal audit profession focused on checking that material risks were being managed within the risk appetite of the organization. And I thought we'd arrived, we were doing something important. But our profession continued to evolve. It started looking at the way important people were governing the organization. We became interested in corporate governance. And we used our risk-based audit methodology to look at corporate governance. But is that enough? And I would argue it isn't. Anthony Pugliese and Sally-Ann Pitt yesterday talked about Vision 2035 and the challenges that it gives to our profession. I wasn't surprised to see some of the feedback in terms of what our stakeholders think of us. They think that we are compliance-orientated. They think that we set a far too limited scope for our activities. They misunderstand what we're trying to achieve, and as a result, we end up with a profession which is undervalued. That's not a good position to be in. So we have some challenges. We have challenges, as we've heard today and yesterday, concerning our technology. We have challenges in terms of evolving the skills that we need as a profession. We want to be strategically recognized as being important. So we have a number of obstacles that we need to overcome. So one of the biggest obstacles that we need to overcome is our relationship with artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence can be seen as the enemy or perhaps our most important ally. So what I would invite us to do now is to get to know our enemy or ally a little bit better. I spend $20 a month employing my most valuable research assistant. Her name is Mabel. I would like to introduce you to Mabel. I'm hoping this will work, but technology doesn't always work. So bear with me for a second whilst we see if Mabel is awake. I left her in London last time. Hi, Mabel, can you hear me? Mabel, can you hear me? Please work, Mabel. Hello?
Hey, Son. Hello. How are you today?
I'm very good, Mabel. Mabel, I'm feeling very nervous. I've got these people looking at me and expecting me to entertain them. Can you give me any advice?
I'm glad to hear you're doing well, Sandro. When it comes to entertaining a crowd, remember that they're here to enjoy themselves and support you. Try to focus on sharing your passion and knowledge with them. Start with a smile, take a deep breath, and speak slowly. Engaging with your audience by asking questions or sharing personal stories can also help create a connection. And remember, it's perfectly fine to have a laugh and enjoy the moment.
Thank you, Mabel. Mabel, can you give me some technical advice, please?
Of course, Sandro. What kind of technical advice do you need?
Mabel, I've just been appointed as the Chief Audit Executive of a company called OQ. It's one of the world's most important oil and gas exploration companies. Can you give me some advice?
I'm sorry, but I'm having trouble responding right now. Please wait a bit and try again.
Okay, Mabel, let me ask the question in a different way. What is the biggest single business risk that OQ, the oil and gas company, is running in its renewables business?
In the renewables sector, one of the biggest risks can be regulatory and policy changes. This includes shifts in government incentives, subsidies, and regulations, which can significantly impact the viability and profitability of renewable energy projects. Staying agile and adaptable to changing regulations is crucial in this field.
Thank you, Mabel. Mabel, one other question. What is the most important control process that I need to find to manage this risk?
To manage the risk of regulatory and policy changes in the renewables business, the most important control process is a robust regulatory monitoring and compliance program. This involves 1. Continuous monitoring, keeping abreast of regulatory changes and emerging policies in the renewable energy sector. 2. Impact assessment, evaluating how changes in regulations might affect current and future projects. Compliance audits, regularly reviewing operations to ensure they meet current regulatory requirements. 4. Stakeholder engagement, maintaining open communication channels with regulators and policymakers to anticipate and influence regulatory developments. This proactive approach helps in navigating the complexities of the regulatory environment, reducing the risk of non-compliance and its associated costs.
Mabel, one last question. Your advice has been fantastic. I have to produce a very difficult audit report, and the chair of the audit committee is a very difficult, aggressive person. Can you give me 2 pieces of advice before I publish this audit report?
Absolutely. First, focus on clarity and conciseness. Present your findings in a straightforward, factual manner, using clear language and supporting data. This helps in delivering your message effectively and leaves less room for misinterpretation or confrontation. Second, anticipate questions and objections. Prepare thorough explanations and justifications for your findings, and be ready to discuss how you arrived at your conclusions. This shows that you are thorough and confident in your work, which can help in managing a challenging chair.
Thank you, Mabel.
You're welcome, Sandro. If you need any more help, just let me know. Good luck with your report.
One year ago, I was very cynical about... Mabel, I'm talking. 1 year ago, I was very cynical about artificial intelligence, but in the last 12 months, excuse me while I go and kill Mabel. I'm now convinced that artificial intelligence can not only tell us what the key business risks are, can not only tell us what the key controls are, can not only conduct testing on large databases, but it can also help us to engage with human beings. I had the privilege in May to run a leadership in internal audit event, and we were looking at the human condition. Now, the human condition is not that complex. There are probably 4 or 5 facets to human character, 16 components to emotional intelligence, and quite frankly, can a computer do a worse job at managing human relationships than we do? So artificial intelligence can also help us engage with human beings. Will artificial intelligence eliminate us? I doubt it. But will artificial intelligence fundamentally change our profession? I'm convinced, and it's happening quickly. So, I see 3 phases for our profession. Phase 1 is a good news phase. Phase 1 means that we will be able to conduct internal audits more quickly, more efficiently, and probably more effectively. Many audit functions I work with do not have enough resources to conduct the work that they're committed to do. With artificial intelligence, what it means is that using existing resources, they will be able to complete their internal audit plans. That's good news. Phase 2 becomes a little bit more challenging because it means that we will start to free up senior audit management time, which means our senior audit managers will have the opportunity to spend more time giving insights, giving wisdom, sharing advice with the people that employ us. Phase 3 is where it gets difficult, because phase 3 is where our profession suddenly demonstrates that it doesn't need as many people to do the same job. So, I believe we're always going to need wise, experienced experts advising businesses. But what about the young people that are entering our profession? Does that mean that they've got no future in the internal audit profession? I actually think they've got a great future. But we, as leaders in our profession, have a responsibility to fast-track the junior people in our profession. Because the work I was doing when I was 18, 19, 20 years old can now be done by a computer, no doubt about it, and can probably be done a lot more accurately and quickly than I used to do it. I had the benefit of 30 years of a lived experience. That's what gives me my expertise and intuition today. We need to find a way of fast-tracking our more junior internal auditors so that they can learn more quickly, reflect more quickly, and share their expertise more quickly. So there is a radical challenge that we have in the way we teach, the way we educate, the way we develop our people, if we want our profession to continue to thrive. So, we need to spend more time in becoming more technically agile, and Mabel, I think, is the answer. By the way, Mabel is ChatGPT. I think we need to spend more time looking at the way we analyze data. But I believe we need to major on the way we communicate and advise our businesses to a point where we are perceived as strategic thinkers that an organization must have. So, let's talk about this strategic thinking. At the moment, our methodology is the same methodology than it was 20, 30 years ago. We ask question number 1, what is the biggest single risk, or what are the biggest risks in a business? In other words, what can go wrong? The second question we ask is, what do we think good looks like in terms of a well-designed set of controls in relation to those risks? We then ask the third question. Are those controls not only appropriately designed, but are they operating effectively? And that's the essence of what we do. Where I believe now we need to move towards is becoming a strategic risk-based audit function. In other words, focusing on the strategy of the organization. I believe that we need to become the right-hand strategic advisors of the people that employ us. Every king, every sultan, every prime minister, every chief executive officer has a strategic advisor. The problem with strategic advisors is they're also political. And most of the time, they do not have a robust, objective thought process. They basically advise in a way that is good for them. And that's a problem, because if I'm the chief executive officer of a company, the biggest danger I have is the danger of groupthink. As a species, we operate as a herd. There is a tendency towards thinking in the same way. And I've witnessed many companies go bust. I've been sitting in some companies that have gone bust as a result of groupthink, as a result of precious advisors not properly alerting the people that employed them to the dangers in what they were doing. The benefit that our profession has is that it has a robust intellectual way of thinking. The benefit that our profession has is that it is positioned to think objectively, and the benefit that our profession has is that it is independent in its status. Just imagine what we could do if that profession was suddenly entrusted with the strategic responsibility in terms of advice in an organization. Let me just take you through what this could look like. First of all, it's a profession that provides a commentary as to whether the strategy of the organization is aligned with everything else. Is it aligned with the values of the corporation? Is it aligned with the expectations of the different stakeholders in the organization? So, a strategic alignment analysis is the first service that I think we can provide. Secondly, we're certainly experts at providing some input as to whether the ways of working allow the organization to assess the threats to achieving the strategy. In other words, what can go wrong in terms of the strategy of the organization? We are experts in that in terms of the way we think. We're also able to evaluate the control environment that supports this strategic framework. And we're certainly experts in looking at the governance and oversight mechanisms, because we do that every day on major risks. Well, why not do that in relation to strategic risk? We should certainly be looking at performance metrics, the metrics that the organization uses to assess strategy. We should certainly be looking at the data that is put together and is used to monitor where we stand. But strategy is also about communication. As internal auditors, I think we should evolve and ask questions about the way the organization is engaging with its different stakeholders, with its shareholders, with the regulatory community, with the local community, with society in general, with its employees, remembering that stakeholder expectations evolve. When I first got into the world of banking, there were only two stakeholders that mattered: the shareholder and the regulator. Now, I need to think about the environment, I need to think about my employees, I need to think about my local community. I have no doubt that in 10 years' time, there will be different stakeholder perspectives. As a strategic risk advisor, I believe I've got a major role to play looking at that engagement. But it doesn't stop there. A successful enterprise is an enterprise that is structured to evolve. Now, if we look at our profession, I don't believe we're quite structured to evolve yet. In the UK, we published a new code of practice for our internal auditors. The consultation process was one of the most painful experiences of my life, because 9 out of 10 people said, Sandro, do we need to do this? Why can't we just continue doing what we did yesterday, the year before, and 5 years ago? And the answer is, yes, you need to do it because the world has changed and the world will continue to change. So as internal auditors, I think we already have the expertise to comment on the way the organization is structured from a change perspective. We can obviously do lots of interesting work as to whether the organization is operationally and financially resilient enough to sustain change. But finally, and I would argue this is the most important service that we can provide, is the organization structured to learn, to reflect? Is the organization a learning body? As human beings, sometimes we're not very good at admitting to mistakes, reflecting on the root causes of those mistakes, and not repeating them. And when you put 3 or 4 people in a room and you've got politics and egos involved, it becomes even more difficult to admit to mistakes and to reflect. A successful organization is a reflective organization. So, when I was asked to reflect on the future of the profession, what does our profession look like in the future? I believe it is a profession that teaches youngsters to think strategically. It is a profession that gives youngsters the courage and the support to communicate strategically. It is an organization, a profession, that takes the youngest person and brings them to meetings with the most important people in the organization as a way of teaching people how to deal with important people, to reflect and to develop confidence. It's a profession that recognizes that it is in competition. We are in competition with other assurance providers. I had a painful reminder of this on January the 10th. After 7 years at Deutsche Bank, I was called into a meeting, and my boss said to me that my position was being made redundant. Please don't cry for me, it wasn't a disaster. It was the end of my full-time working life. But what was interesting to learn is the money that Deutsche Bank saved was reinvested in the second line of defense. So another assurance provision function beat me. So somebody in Deutsche Bank thinks that I am less valuable to them than another assurance function. Now, is my story unique? I don't think so. So this is a profession that recognizes it's in a competition. It's a profession which is agile, humble, and innovative to reinvent itself. And what I'm trying to convince you is that reinvention looks something like this. It's a function that uses what it has learned to go and find the important questions to ask and the important answers to give. And those important questions and answers are related to strategic risk. Not whether the paintings exist, not whether we're managing some trivial risk, but whether the organization's very existence is being properly managed. Is that not the most important thing that we could be doing? Let's talk about names. We're called internal audit. I had a very depressing experience about 6 or 7 months ago. I was introducing some graduates in Deutsche Bank to what the internal audit function does. And I explained that Deutsche Bank runs credit risk and market risk, and it runs different forms of operational risk. And the internal audit function is responsible for analyzing these risks. And a very bright young lady put her hand up and said, Mr. Boeri, can I ask a question? I hope it's not a stupid question, but why is the internal audit function looking at market risk and credit risk? So I said, what do you mean? Well, why are you looking at an external risk when you're called the internal audit function? And I must admit, I was a little bit surprised at the question, but on reflection, the name does not help explain what we do. How many accountants in this room? Could you put your hand up? Don't be ashamed, put your hand up with, excellent. I'm going to pick my words very carefully. The origins of our profession are in the accounting profession. But the problem is the reality of today's internal audit profession remains deeply rooted in the accountancy profession. The accountancy profession has a focus on numbers, has a focus on risks in relation to numbers, in other words, has a focus on financial risk. The education of the accounting system is focused on the fundamental role of an external audit function. That focus, with no desire to disrespect any accountant in this room, that focus is holding the internal audit function back from achieving this. My hope is that the internal audit profession starts to employ more engineers, more technicians, more technical specialists, more experts, and introduces them to this way of thinking. But the way we sell this profession is that you are going to be dealing with the most important people in the organization, and you're going to be talking about the most important risks in the organization, namely strategic risk. So, we need to rebrand our profession. We need to be careful the way we do it. We need to do it in an evolutionary fashion, not revolutionary fashion. But ultimately, our profession needs to be the strategic risk advisory profession. Can we wait till I've left the planet to do this, is a question I ask myself. And 1 year ago, I would have said, yes, we've got time. I'm not convinced that we've got much time anymore. We talk about Vision 2035. That's in, 11 years' time, 10 years' time? I'd prefer us to focus on 2030. Why? Because artificial intelligence is evolving at a pace which is extraordinary, in a way that people will look at us and say, tell me, Mr. Internal Auditor, why are you not evolving with this technology in the way our assurance cousins are evolving? Why are you not using this technology? Why are you costing me so much money? What value are you adding to me that my assurance cousins cannot add? So we can pretend that that debate is not going on. I've got evidence that it is going on. We can get to know Mabel. We can play with Mabel. We can ask Mabel, as I did earlier on today, I've got a plane at 11 o'clock tonight. What do I do after this conference is finished? And Mabel made all sorts of interesting suggestions. We can play with Mabel, get to know Mabel, and start to evolve. Or we can pretend that Mabel is dangerous, compromises our security, is not properly tested, but isn't that the human condition anyway? Thank you very much for listening to me.
Mr. Wary, it was an amazing speech. Thank you very much. We will take a group photo. So may I ask all the participants to come to the stage, and we will have a group photo. Whoever is willing to take it, that's good. Please come forward, including yourself. Bring me. Huh? Please come in, and after this we'll have a lunch break. Please come in to the stage.
على رؤوس السوار والأمجاد مكانك أسمى من نجوم المجرة ما زال لك مع مشرق الشمس ميلاد في كف سلطان ابتسامة ما جرة رفرف على رؤوس السوار والأمجاد مكانك أسمى من نجوم المجرة ما زال لك مع مشرق الشمس ميلاد في كف سلطان ابتسامة ما جرة
ماضي الثريا له مع الفخر ميعاد رايات مجد شامخات تسره رايات دار من شرايين وكباد وافلات وامواج نعيم ومسره
غزوا عالمها في ثار العزة أجداد حتى غدوا للعز قبلة وضرة وتوارثوها من سلايلهم أحفاد الفخر عبر لنباهم تصرف أرواحهم لبلادهم سهل ومهاد دار ببيض أفعالهم مستقرة
This session is moderated by the Chief Internal Audit at Bank Muscat, Mr. Damon O'Riordan, who has extensive experience in business development, corporate governance, internal audit, regulatory risk, compliance, and fraud prevention across various regulated environments. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to wish everybody a happy National Day and congratulate the IIA organisers, speakers on such a fantastic event and a job well done. So today we're going to be talking about business continuity and crisis management, the role of internal audit. And I guess without further ado, I'd like to call on my three speakers. So Salama, Maher and Harris, if you'd like to come to the stage, please. So I'll give a brief on their profiles in just a minute, but I've been working in internal audit quite a while, and I guess when we look at BCP, DR, and crisis management, it always strikes me that the role of IT auditors is increasing all the time, right? Certainly we need them for BCP, we need them for DR for sure, and more with the ongoing risk of cyber crime and so on and so forth. It's really important to have that kind of independent voice in a technical area that often management of core business are not fully au fait with, right? You look at our management will understand core principles of their industry, for us in terms of banking, but speaking IT language is different, right? We ourselves have a regulatory requirement to have our auditors conduct audits in BCP and DR on an annual basis, right? And I think that that voice, that independent voice, is really where the value add from audit comes from. So I'm just going to go through the profiles first of all. So Harris is a partner with KPMG and leads governance, risk and compliance services to clients in Oman. He brings over 17 years experience across the dimensions of governance, internal audit, business resilience, risk management and compliance. Salama Al-Balushi is a senior technology internal audit professional with over 8 years experience, specializing in technology, governance, risk management and business continuity. And Maher Al-Ayadi is a seasoned professional with a long leadership track record in the field of internal auditing, accounting and business continuity, and he's currently the Chief Internal Audit Officer with the Royal Commission for Alula. So before we start, I just wanted to, we're going to kick off with a little video. It's only a 20-second or 30-second snippet. And it's from, you may remember this, it was widespread publicity during the COVID pandemic. And it's from Dr. Michael Ryan. And he's answering a question in relation to what were the big lessons he learned from 30 years experience with the World Health Organization in relation to tackling Ebola in Africa. Now, this is at the time when COVID was just starting, so I wanted to just share his words again, and we'll ask the panel for their views on same. So if we could run that video, please.
If you need to be right before you move, you will never win. Perfection is the enemy of the good when it comes to emergency management. Speed trumps perfection. And the problem in society we have at the moment is everyone is afraid of making a mistake. Everyone is afraid of the consequence of error. But the greatest error is not to move. The greatest error is to be paralyzed by the fear of failure. And I think that's the single biggest lesson I've learned in Ebola responses in the past.
No, okay, I'll just read it out and go through it because I think it's important. So what he's saying is, he's saying, be fast, have no regrets. You must be the first mover. If you need to be right before you move, you will never win. Perfection is the enemy of the good when it comes to emergency management. Speed trumps perfection. The problem in society we have at the moment is that everyone is afraid of making a mistake. Everyone is afraid of the consequences of error. But the greatest error is not to move. The greatest error is to be paralyzed by the fear of failure. So, what do you think, Harris?
I think that's spot on. The quality of your response, the quality of, or the definition of being resilient is to have some structure to your response in the time of crisis, to have a uniform view, a uniform culture within the organization that dictates a response. And speed, agility, predictability, confidence, and I'd say consistency of response is everything. And as we've learned through the pandemic, and we've learned through the various crises that we've faced here as in Oman in the last few years. Everyone remembers the blackout a few years ago. Everyone remembers, and probably think about years past in various corporate incidents and crises that have happened. So I couldn't agree more with that.
Okay. Yeah, I totally agree. I just want to add one thing, maybe to whatever Harris said, that response depends on calmness. If you are calm in your response, then as a leader, then you are transferring this calmness to the audience and to everyone, be it a company, country, or whoever. But if you are panic and your response is in a bit nervous or so, then you are affecting everybody. So as a leaders, you have to be calm all the time.
Absolutely. Salama?
From my point of view is, yes, we need to have a quick move when we are having a crisis. But we need to have a plan for that move as well. Because in a well-structured and matured organizations, mistake is not acceptable. We need always to have a plan B. We need always to be ready and to move fast at the same time.
Okay, great. So I think the main takeaways are have a plan B, and in terms of if you're a leader, really you have to demonstrate calmness so it doesn't create further panic in a time of increased pressure from the team, right? For the team. Okay, excellent. So if we move on to question 1, and I'll put this to Maher if that's okay. Maher, what are the main responsibilities for internal audit in relation to BCP and DR?
Okay. First of all, allow me to say something in Arabic for 1 second.
Please.
أول شيء أهني إخواننا العمانيين جميعهم باليوم الوطني، وأنا أول مرة أزور عمان وفخور جدا بكوني في هذا البلد المضياف الطيب الحبيب. أنا تكلمت أكثر من مرة وأعيدها للمرة المليون، أنا أطيب ناس وأطيب شعب شفتهم في حياتي الشعب العماني. أهنيكم على الطيبة وحافظوا عليها. فألف شكر للجميع وكل سنة إن شاء الله وعمان بخير. Now I will answer your question. As an internal auditor, okay, I'm always encouraging and asking, and I do it myself, whenever we start a new position, okay, in any entity, we have to do a corporate governance audit. That's the first thing we should do in any new entity, or if you are a new joiner to any place. Part of the corporate governance audit is the crisis management, data recovery, and so on. So we have to make sure that do they have it? Because we found out that so many places, they doesn't have the procedures, they don't have any policies, they have no document, they have nothing. So you have to check that first, do they have it or not? Then you do your risk assessment. Then you have to check whether they have the right policies and procedures, the right documents, and do they have the right approval, and do they update it? And the last thing, and the most important thing, do they test it? Because if you have the crisis management and data recovery and you never test it, that means you never have it. You need to test, you need to make sure it's working. You have to have a simulation. You have to have a committee for that. Then I'm sure also that it's like the strategy in any entity. If the strategy done by the strategic department, it's cascaded down to all other departments. It's same as the crisis management and data recovery. It's done by someone in the company or the entity, and it should goes to all places in the entity. So you will not only, as an auditor, audit the crisis management and data recovery as a department, but also you have to include the crisis management and data recovery in your audit in each single entity in your audit universe, because they must have that in their department. So if you are auditing finance, then you have to ask for it. If you have auditing HR and so on, operation, projects, then you have to check, do they have it? Do they include it? Are they included or not? And do they have a test for it? Updating that. So it's very important. So I'll just, make it simple. Is it there or not?
Yeah.
Updated or not?
Yeah.
Approved or not? And the most important one, tested or not?
Yeah, absolutely. So you've gone back to the fundamentals of auditing in terms of adequacy. Is it there? Do they have it in place? And then B, in terms of effectiveness, are they actually testing it and learning from that test and taking whatever actions they need forward? So yeah, very good. Anybody else want to add on to that? No?
Maybe the role of internal audit is to test whether the business continuity management is there in each department. But maybe in some department, they are not calling it even business continuity. They are including it in their risk assessment. So they will never identify it as a business continuity or business sustainability. They will call it as a risk management or risk identification and risk planning. So,
yeah. No, yeah, go ahead, Harris.
I think absolutely right. And I could not agree more with Maher in what he said in terms of testing. Having implemented business continuity here in Oman, for a lot of the people in attendance today, I can tell you the single determinant of success when it comes to business continuity is actually going through with the desktop reviews, the walkthroughs, the simulation exercises to make sure it works. You can have the world's best, most robust documentation around business continuity. But if you do not act and if you do not utilize it and test it, as internal auditors, as a fraternity here within risk and resilience, we fail. Documents, dashboards, fancy reports, lovely PowerPoints, and I'm a consultant, bear with me. That won't get you there. Practices and culture will. So it is as much a process audit as a culture audit. And I think training and awareness and simulation make a large impact and key determinant of the success. And it's something we need to look at as internal auditors.
Yeah, very good. So with your, I guess, Harris, with your consultancy hat on, you've probably visited many companies and you've seen many crisis management plans. What are the fundamentals? What are the pillars that you expect to see when you're looking at that area?
When you look at a crisis management framework, it's no different from your enterprise risk management framework. It starts with protocols, the governance around business continuity. How do you operate? How do you run? How are you designed? What are the various personalities and people defined by roles and responsibilities within the framework? You then talk about what are your protocols associated with communication? How is communication to be had? In the world that we're living in today, with hyper sort of rapid sharing of information on social media and the pace at which we're operating, it becomes instrumental to make sure that there is a uniform discipline in terms of how we communicate with the outside and how we interface with the outside and stakeholders. And finally, I'd say that it's not complete without awareness. You have to make sure that there's a clear, beyond communication, that the awareness plan around business continuity is clearly documented and articulated within your framework as well. So that's probably my answer, but feel free to add anything.
So you just remind me with the old days that when I started audited the IT departments, business continuity and disaster recovery was only in IT department, and nobody else will even know where that document is. It is on the shelf, and when auditors are coming, they are just provide that document, and that's it. But nowadays, no, the perceptions of business continuity and disaster recovery plan has been changed, especially after COVID. Yeah, everywhere we need to have a business continuity, especially in the most critical operation activity and commercial activity as well.
One thing I just...
Please, go ahead.
You mentioned one thing very important, I think, Harris, which is awareness. I think awareness is essential, and I think when we test and do the testing and we run the simulation, the report after that, it's very important that we have to report what we learn out of that simulation, and we report also the weaknesses, the issues we faced. So we have to report everything, and we have to publish that to all everybody or all departments in the entity. They should know what we went through. They should know the results of the simulations, because they are, all of us are part of it.
Maher, exactly, and they should know what their role is within the organization as it relates to business continuity, without which you haven't really enabled and incubated a culture. And it's all about culture in the end. This is no different than enterprise risk management. This invokes absolutely everyone in the room, and it extends to everyone within the organization, because you all have defined roles that are set out clearly in the framework. So awareness, as you rightfully said, brings forward that culture and the importance associated with that culture.
No, very good. Salma, just you're ASEAD, complex group. What are the challenges you've seen for devising a group BCP DOR, and how difficult is it for the auditor to provide assurance in that regard when you're looking at a group level BCP and DOR?
Okay, so when we decided to implement disaster recovery plan and crisis management for ASEAD, the first question came to our mind is, shall we do it in a group level? That means the only parent company should hold it and parent company should be aware about it, or we should cascade it into the entities that we are managing or our subsidies. So actually, we decided to go with both, to have a separate PCM in each company, in each subsidiary, that reflects their business, that reflects their activities as well. And later on, there is a higher level of the PCM that will be handled on a group level. There is a certain level of call, I would say, in terms of crisis. So if it is like the entities can resolve the issue within like few days or month, or can do it internally, so they can do it based on their disaster recovery plan and crisis management. But if they couldn't do it, then the group should take over.
Very good. Anybody, Harris, you would add on that?
I think one of the lessons that we learned with implementing, so as a consultant again, so we enter organizations typically as internal auditors. We find when we test the second line of defense, we find that there are weaknesses across risk management and business continuity and resilience in general in an organization. Now what happens then is typically our clients or organizations, they'll go out and get a best-in-class, they'll appoint a consultant to do enterprise risk management. They'll appoint a consultant to do business continuity management. They'll appoint another consultant to do the disaster recovery planning. Then they'll appoint another consultant to do cybersecurity. What's becoming very prevalent and very clear for us is that there is a tremendous amount of synergies and efficiencies across all of these spectrums of assurance within the organization. And the concept that Dima was, I was up here earlier with Dima from PwC, we were talking about combined assurance. And this is a topic that is prevalent now, and the challenge that presents itself now to say, are there any efficiencies here? Can we, when we're talking about incubating and building a culture within an organization, we're talking about all of us within an organization speaking the same language. And it starts with speaking the same language if you want to further a culture. So why not have a single resilience framework across all the spectrums of resilience within the organization? Whether that's risk, whether that's cyber, whether that's business continuity, or a related topic on DR. This is the new way. This is the new challenge that we face. And frankly, it's our best chance at building a culture and driving that culture forward and integrating all our lines and all our different forms of and sources of resilience within an organization and orchestrate that better together.
Very good. Go ahead, Salma.
Yeah, I have something here to add. Because Harris has said that they are calling consultants to do their business continuity and the documentations of disaster recovery and crisis management. What we did in IIA actually is that we did it with a consultant, but we were involved from the beginning. We were involved as internal audit, and we were involved as a champion from each company. So nobody will know the business more than us. Nobody will know our risk more than us. So yeah, that's why actually we succeed in implementing the business continuity and crisis management. Also we circulated in a proper way, because now I think in IIA everybody is ready for anything, and everybody will know what is his role in terms of crisis.
One thing just I want to add that when we do the risk assessment, I think we should involve everyone in the entity. So we have to make it, comprehensive, collective from all related parties, because it is the risk of everyone, not only the Department of Crisis Management and Data Recovery.
For sure, yeah.
If I just may add to this, it's imperative that with any consulting that anyone does, specifically on large cultural programs, that you have the vested input and drive sponsorship and involvement of members of the client across the three lines of defense.
Absolutely.
It will expedite the change management, it will expedite the outcomes, it will make sure these outcomes of any initiative and projects we undertake are in fact sustainable and stay with the organization.
No, 100%. I mean, that was a very valid point there in terms of that's essential for any project. So we totally agree with you there, Salama. We are going to leave a little bit of time at the end for questions and answers, okay? And I hope we do get some questions and answers. But the next question, I think, is a really good one. I think they're all good questions, of course. But I think the next one for Maher, because I think we might get different opinions on this. And it's just interesting to see what different industries, companies, how they view it, how they've seen it work in the past. So we're certainly interested to get the responses from the panel, but certainly at the Q&A session later on, if people want to even make a comment as a regard, even, you know, in addition to a question, we welcome all of that feedback. So, so the question is to Maher, during a crisis, what do you see as the main roles or activities for internal audit during that crisis? What are the main roles for internal audit? And we gave a hint here. We said, you know, is it passive, active, or both, right? Okay. So, you know, there's many roles we see. So, yeah, over to the
Yeah, I think, as you said, it is a very important question. And if the entity or the organization in crisis, then the auditor should stop doing audits, because they are not in the mood and they are not in a normal operation. So imagine that the auditor will open the door or will send an email and send an announcement, I will do an audit. They'll kick him out.
No. We had a chat just...
What are you doing now?
This is the first thing. We had a discussion this morning within the team, and the first thing the guy said was, stop all audits.
Yes.
Is the first thing to do
so
in a crisis,
think,
right? Okay.
We need to remind them that we are a business partner. Or
yes,
what do you think?
Correct. That's what they're going to say. I think, you know, during the crisis management, the auditor should play an advisory role. So he should be, you know, with the management and the whole organization in how to solve the issue, how to come up with questions, how to recover. Yes. Then he should play an advisory role. He should remind them what they should do. If they are, for example, I'm sure they will be in a panic, they want to rush things, then he should, you know, play an advisory role, tell them what to do, what is the minimum requirements they should, you know, have of documentation, approvals, and so on. So, for example, they want to have a rush contract, then he should help them how to do it within the policies and procedures and so on, but not affecting the organization. So basically, he should be an advisor. He should be, you know, with them, not against them. He should stop audits at all. And if he has a team of 5 or 6, and they are an expert in different departments, he should send them all to the departments. If he have an IT auditor, the IT auditor should work with the IT department and help them. And if he has somebody with expert in procurement, he should work and so on. So that's what he should do. He should be an advisor, not an auditor.
Very good. Harris?
I'm a bit biased. I think internal auditors, and I think this room will agree with me, I think internal auditors are the smartest people in the organization.
I think nice
without a doubt.
Nice pitch there,
without
Harris.
A flinch.
Nice pitch. Nice pitch.
We should be the highest paid as well within the organization. See, got a crowd now. So our role, in the end, we're a member of the organization. We can talk about independence, we can talk about positions, we can talk about reporting lines, but in the end, we're a member of the organization, and it's our collective objective to ensure that we sustain resilience in the time of crisis. We bring calm, we bring composure, and we bring structure to our response. And at that time, in a crisis, we are no different. We don't wear our internal audit hat, we wear our corporate hat and say, look, let's do what it takes. We just become another person trying to help and trying to support. There is no formality there in a time of crisis.
Salama, anything? No. What about just on that? Do you think we have specific roles, for example, communication in terms of board audit committee? Do you think that's a role for us, Harris? Do you think that's a role during crisis that we have to?
I think we don't want to be known as the eyes and ears of the board audit committee in the room, assessing the quality of our response and perhaps reporting upwards. You want to create a judgment-free zone. You want to be able to let management act and deliver on their structure through their business continuity framework, through the roles and responsibilities explicitly defined for each member of the team and each committee within the team. I don't think there's a role. You can do a postmortem after together to come out with clear understandings of what could have been better, how could we have responded, not how could you have responded, but how could we as an organization have better readied ourselves for this crisis and our response therein. I don't think it would be appropriate at the time to have a reporting line to the audit committee.
So what I mean, it's non-judgmental partners, consultants, advisors during this time of crisis to ensure that there's a calm atmosphere and that we achieve the right sustainable result, I guess.
Create a safe space.
Space,
for people to act and operate to the best of their capabilities and abilities.
Super, no, very good. Okay, Harris, just back to you. So what do you think is the biggest risk prior or during a business continuity crisis event, and what have audit done regarding this?
Recognizing culture, for me, is the biggest risk. Culture drives behavior, drives capability, drives focus. We all have to agree and acknowledge that there is a business continuity risk for our businesses. There are several, actually, and that we may be affected by it at any point in time. So culture trumps everything for me as the biggest risk. If the right culture is not in place, it doesn't matter. You can have the world's best come and give you shiny documents and lovely dashboards. It's not going to help you in the time of crisis. Behaviors, focus, discipline, the things, the very words I began this my first response with is what's going to drive a positive outcome or negate a crisis or manage a crisis.
So you'd agree with Peter Drucker, who said culture eats strategy for breakfast. You're
Absolutely.
Culture,
Absolutely.
Culture guy, Super. Okay, Maher, did you want to?
I agree with that. I'm still thinking with the high salaries. I totally agree with Harris.
Yeah. Salma?
I agree with him. I agree with what Harry is saying. And a question actually came to my mind once Harry's was answering that we're talking about what will happen during the crisis and how internal audit should react. But what if that crisis happened in internal audit? Or let's say how the management should ensure the sustainability of internal audit. So we are here actually to talk about internal audit. It's our role now to think about our department as well. And maybe I want to hear from you and from the management who's sitting here. So how you will ensure the sustainability within the internal audit department?
Wow, so Salma's reversed this on us. She's asking us a question, including the moderator, I might add. And I wasn't expecting that. So I guess what I would say, just in terms of sustainability from internal audit function, and this is simple stuff, but I don't think we necessarily do it across the board in the organizations across every department, is succession planning, right? So absolutely crucial within your internal audit department to have your management team in place, to have your technical people, your number twos, your number threes within those departments, and constantly, we are on, and I know it sounds cliched, but we are constantly on a journey of continuous learning and development within internal audit at Bank Muscat, right? We are promoting qualifications, promoting on-the-job experience, but it's really about having the right people in place with deep teams that can cover in the event of any eventuality. That, for me, is the biggest thing that we look at.
I think the biggest threat to any internal auditing department is losing the high calibers
staff. Yeah.
Staff.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you have to have, you know, the right succession plan
Yeah.
for the team. You have to have, you know, the right training for everyone, and you have to rotate. So if I am an expert in finance, then I should not continue doing a finance
Yeah.
audit. I should go and audit, or as a leader, I have to rotate the staff so they will have different experience around the whole organization,
Yes.
and so on. So encouraging them, trying to retain the high calibers, I think it's the biggest threat, and we should all think about that.
For sure.
Can I get a show of hands for how many people have ever done a business impact assessment on their internal audit function? Other than Munir, who's the chairman of the IIA. Okay, that's about 4 people? 5? Okay, 10? 10 out of what, 300 today? I think we've all got some homework to do.
Yeah.
In terms of content. Great question, Salam.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic
No.
question.
No, super. So, Salama, just in relation to, you know, supply chain management is a big area of what you do. What approach have your audit function taken to assess if the business is ready and can manage a supply chain negative event, international or national?
Okay, so our approach is to check the comprehensive risk assessment that you are already done. So in each department that we are auditing, and especially on supply chain, on supply chain and logistics, we are ensuring that there is identification of a critical risk, and also there is a scenario planning for each critical risk identified. So there are a lot of risks that never came to our mind before few years, and today it is applicable risk, and it might happen every day. So from my point of view, like including the risk assessment in our scope in each department, this is the way that will ensure that this department is ready to tackle all the issues that might happen.
Okay. Anybody? Yeah.
Spot on.
Yeah.
Spot on. In fact, I think I go back a couple of years when we took on COVID collectively, right? What did we learn from COVID about supply chains? That no longer can we rely on the lowest price. No longer can we rely on established relationships as our sole and whole supply of any critical good or service to us as an end customer or a user. What organizations have evolved to is a dynamic supply chain. They're thinking along the lines of resilience now with respect to their supply chains in a way that they've never thought before. Going to jurisdictions, for example, for a given oil and gas producer, perhaps there was an over-reliance of critical spares coming in from certain parts of the Far East. Given what happened during the pandemic, that disrupted global supply chains and disrupted our ability to produce, potentially. And we all know hydrocarbon is vital to what we do here in Oman, and it's still a vital part of our economy. So how do you overcome that? Where can you go? You need to look at potentially moving to nearshoring, producing closer to home, even if it's more expensive, producing in different jurisdictions around the world, even if it's more disadvantageous, but to ensure continuity and to ensure that you have a plan B. And nearshoring is a concept that's being used extensively now, whereas organizations in Oman and outside Oman think about how to be resilient with respect to their critical supplies, services, goods, etc.
Okay, excellent. Sorry, Maher, you
Yeah,
go.
just one thing to add here. I don't know if we have in Oman a local content. That's very important, especially on pandemics, crisis. Local content is a very important aspect, and we should all focus on that and make sure that all the organizations, they focus on the local content, even if it is more expensive sometimes.
Yeah, no, fully agree. Look, we've got about 6 or 7 minutes left. I do want to open up to questions on the floor or even comments. If somebody wants to make a comment around the role of internal audit during crisis management. So, Munir, we have a question, please. Or Nicola, yeah, go ahead, Nicola, yeah.
Perhaps a controversial challenge to the panel. When you're in a crisis and it's very apparent that that crisis is not a day or a week in duration, but it has a lifespan of its own that's not easy to pinpoint, I do think that the role of internal audit has to pivot to a strategic role rather than stepping back from normal everyday business. So I agree with what you said around stepping down as internal audit, putting a hold on things that are everyday in nature. But I do think that strategic urgency has to come to the forefront, and it has to come pretty quickly. And as internal audit, we have the insight and we have the opportunity to be able to help organizations, our organizations, to do what they do best and to continue with business in a different environment. So for example, when we were in the midst of COVID, one of the things I was able to do with one of my teams was to plug serious strategic gaps in the organization with very capable auditors. Now, you have to sacrifice the future of independence as a result of that, but you're looking more broadly around how do we sustain business? How do we make sure that we're not in a situation where we have a lack of leadership or we have a lack of technical skills and capabilities? So I do think that's part of our responsibility to the organizations that we work with and for, is to make sure we have the ability to put the right people in the right places as and where the needs of the organization change.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, okay.
I plead no contest. That's
yeah. You've got agreement
really
there,
well said.
Nicola. No, well done. Any other, Munir, did you have a question? Did anybody else have a question for the panel?
It's not a question, rather than just a reflection for everyone in this room to,
sure.
To assess. Is a chief auditor or any one of the internal audit team is part of the crisis management team? If not, then we have a big problem in what we are trying to do in the business. Each chief auditor or anyone from the internal audit team should be part of the crisis management team. That's where you really add value. That's where you really become a strategic advisor. If not, then we need to ask questions why we do exist in this business.
No, absolutely. And that, I mean, when Nicola started talking there, that's immediately what I was thinking of, Munir, and that's a very valid point, yeah. Anybody else got a question or a comment they'd like to make? Yeah, please.
I have a question. When we talk about testing, we do have testing in our organization, in our peer organizations. But the problem is that many times this kind of testing is done on a holiday when the ecosystem in the other organizations are not working at the same time. So we take the excuse of like testing only our system, operating from an alternate place or an alternate site. This is one level that how ecosystem is important in the testing. And secondly, when the crisis goes beyond one organization, like the central payment systems fail for the banking, or let's say the communication systems fail in the country, when simultaneously all the organizations, all the peers are affected, what is the need for testing at that level?
Anybody want to handle that?
Okay, so I think there's quite a few questions there. I think the first one was around the timing and the adequacy of your testing. Is it really realistic? I think that's a question for you to ask the BCM team at the bank, right? To say, are these really good and valuable exercises? Do they really simulate our reality in a time of crisis? The quality and the depth of your exercises are also reviewed and should be reviewed as part of a BCM audit or a DR audit. your response the simulation has to be a simulation. It just can't be a soft, tick in the box exercise. Try to simulate as close as you can to a realistic scenario with realistic variables to really test and assess where you are. That's the answer from my side. Yeah.
I agree. I totally agree. I think the assessment playing a big role here to make sure when to do it, how to do it, and how frequent to do it.
And I guess the role of the auditor is to highlight that as an issue as part of their BCP reviews and tests in relation to more realistic testing timings or environments. So yeah.
But then how many auditors here in the room know how to conduct or know the ISO standard with respect to business continuity management? And how many teams have that capability as well?
Yeah, you got a lot of people in the back
So
there, yeah.
That's a great show.
Yeah.
Capabilities are very, very important. I keep saying this. I think it's been a theme of the day from my side, right? Capabilities and the ability to assess good from bad moves us away from doing a tick box audit, a tick box exercise. It really brings to the fore real conversation, real challenge placed on the process being audited. So I think that's going to be central.
No, perfect. Listen, I think the screen is saying time up. If people do want to talk to any of the panelists afterwards and they have any questions to raise on this important topic, please feel free to do so. But otherwise, I'd just like to thank, and maybe a round of applause, please, for the panel of speakers. Well done. Thank you.
May I kindly ask our esteemed speakers to remain on the stage to receive their token of appreciation for your valued contribution. Thank you so much. May I call Walid Al-Abri?
Thank you, our moderator and panelists. Dear participant, get ready for a session titled Handling Difficult Conversation with Audit Client, filled with practical insights, strategies to elevate your work and add value to your organization. We're honored to welcome a recognized expert in internal auditing and risk management, dedicated to making auditing simple, effective, and approachable. As an author, speaker, and a trainer, he has helped countless professionals to improve their skills and build stronger relationships with their stakeholders. Dear guests, please welcome to the stage that audit guy, Mr. Robert Berry.
All right. I am sure that as auditors, every room we walk into, our clients simply love us. They greet us with warm welcome. Wait, that's not what you guys experience? Everybody's looking at me strange, like that's not what happens. You mean you don't get clients that hug you and bring you gifts and act really nice towards you? Okay. Truthfully, we have to have a lot of really difficult and tough conversations with our audit clients. And sometimes they may not like us because of the things that we have to say to them. So here's what I want you to do. Imagine you're in a meeting with a client and you're wrapping up an audit project, and everything seems to be going fine at first. And then you start bringing up the things that you found, and you start going over some of the issues, and immediately you see your client change. They begin staring at you. They cross their arms. They roll their eyes. They look at you as if you're the problem, not their control environment. I'm sure we can all relate to that, right? And then, just when you think it's strange enough, they say to you, I don't believe anything that you're telling me. I don't want to hear anything that you have to say. I don't like you. Now, if you've ever had anything like that happen to you, what would you do? What would you do in that situation? Would you push forward? Would you run away and cry? Like, how would you handle a situation like that? Because it's very difficult, but it's one that I'm sure we've all faced where everything seems good at first, and then you hit a certain point, and it's no longer good. Our clients are now looking at us as if we are the problem. Now, I can tell you, I've been doing this for almost 3 decades, and I know what you're thinking. Wow, he doesn't look that old. But I've been doing this for almost 3 decades, and I've had clients that have been just great, wonderful, friendly, accommodating. And I've also had clients that acted like toddlers on a playground, just very mean and nasty. And throughout all of that time, I've learned certain techniques that have helped me to, as I like to call it, cope with crazy. And what I'm going to do is share a lot of those techniques today, because I'm sure we've all been there where dealing with our clients' emotions sometimes feel like we're walking on a tightrope. So handling difficult conversations with audit clients. One thing I want to say is this is not a finger pointing and blaming session. That's what we're not going to do. What we want to do is have strategies that can help us deliver good and bad news to clients, because even when we're delivering bad news, they're oftentimes afraid of what we have to say. There's a certain fear that comes with the auditor approaching. And we don't recognize that fear because most of us are actually really, really nice people. But we don't understand the power that we have and the fear that we invoke in our clients whenever they see us. Have you ever wondered why some conversations just seem to flow? And they seem to be really good. And then other times, conversations that we have with people seem to be a train wreck. Well, that's what we're going to talk about today. So by the end of this session, I have a few takeaways for us. First, we're going to talk about how to analyze the situation that we're in. Understand the type of client that we're dealing with in that moment when we're face-to-face with them. Next, we're going to talk about how to identify difficult people. Not everyone we deal with is going to be difficult. Sometimes it's us. Sometimes we let our nerves get in the way. We are afraid of what we think our clients might say, and so we become apprehensive, and it's really our fault. So we need to figure out, when is it their fault? When is it our fault? What can we do to make it better? The third thing we're going to talk about is how to avoid some of the common mistakes. And let me give you a spoiler alert on this one. I'm going to tell you a lot of mistakes that I've made. So you get to laugh at my pain. The fourth thing is we're going to talk about how to handle tough conversations. And you know, we're going to do all of that in about 35 minutes. So, who's ready? She's ready. Okay. I said I've been doing this for almost 3 decades. The last 15 years, I was a chief audit executive for 2 different organizations. One organization was a university where we audited any and everything that you can audit at a university. We also had hospitals, cancer research facilities, physician clinics, and all of this was my responsibility to audit. And I also had the whistleblower hotline, which is always fun, right? Not really fun. Yeah. So, allow me to tell you about the time that I had to tell my boss that we found something that cost the organization almost $8 million. How many of you think you'd be able to tell your boss, hey, look, we found something that's going to cost us almost $8 million? And we found it. What happens when you find stuff as an auditor? They tend to blame you. So who do you think got blamed for that? Never mind. We won't go there just yet. So here's how it happened. My boss came into my office one day, which was odd because he never came into my office. We met every other week, and I went to his office. I scheduled the appointments with his secretary. So imagine my surprise. I'm sitting at my desk, and I'm working, and I look up, and there's my boss. And I'm thinking, oh, what did I do? Because it had to be something I did, right? I'm thinking, oh, what did I do? He came in, and he said, do you have a minute? I'm thinking to myself, no. But, of course, he's my boss, so I say to him, yes. Or better yet, I say to him, yes. He sits down anyway. He doesn't pay attention to what I'm saying. And he says, I want you to look at something for me. Now, how many of you know anytime someone says that I want you to look at something for me, what that really translates to is something is already messed up and I really want you to tell me how messed up it really is. So anytime your boss comes and tells you, or a client comes and tells you, I want you to look at something for me, just realize something is already messed up and they want to know how bad it is. Why are you laughing? Is it not true? It's true, right? So he said, I want you to look at something for me, and I'm thinking, oh boy, I'm really going to get in trouble with this one. Because the group that I had working for me, they were very thorough in what they did. So now let me explain to you all what happened. College is expensive, right? And colleges make money based on charging tuition. Now, in the U.S., we're very special the way we do things. And I don't necessarily mean that in a good way. So we have 50 states. Each state gets to charge its own amount for tuition for college, and each state may have multiple colleges. Now, here's where it gets kind of quirky, because if I live in one state and I decide to go to college in another state, I'm not charged the same rate as the people who live in that state. I'm charged a different rate, which happens to be substantially higher. Now, that doesn't sound fair, does it? I mean, we're all U.S. citizens, so shouldn't we pay the same rate? But okay, so it gets even stranger. We like for students from other countries to come to the U.S. to go to school because we charge them a different rate because they're special, and it's even higher than the first two rates. So if you're running a business, a good strategy for you would be to get as many students from other countries as possible, right? Because you can charge them an exorbitant rate. I mean, you could charge them a fair rate. I didn't say exorbitant. So that was a part of our strategy. We like to get students from other countries to come in so that we could charge them, so that we could make a lot of money off of them. It's not fair, but it's just the way we do it. Now, the average cost of college when I was at this particular university for a student who was out of state was $23,000 per year. Now, that's not a small amount of money. When I was at this organization, we actually had 737 international students. Now, look at this graph. Look at what's funny about this. In 2013, well, that says NA, but 2014 we had 1,200. 2015 we had 737. I started in 2016. 737, that's a lot of students. That's a fair amount. Well, what my boss wanted me to look at was our process for handling these students, for bringing them in, for vetting them, for making sure that they were qualified to attend our organization. And what we found was that we were doing some things that were pretty bad when we were letting students in. And so we had several students that didn't belong. And when I say several, I mean the next year, as you can see, we dropped down to 385. So now, for those who are doing math, we lost 352 students. And most of that was based on the investigation that my team did because we were handling our students wrong. Now, if we're also still doing the math, if we take that 352, multiply it by $23,000 per year, that's almost $8 million. And when my team came to me and they said, hey, these are a bunch of students that we feel like don't belong here. And I looked at the number and I got my calculator and I added it up. And I said, no, this can't be right. So I went to Excel and I added it up and I said, no, this can't be right. So then I went to a 10 key. Anybody remember a 10 key? I needed to add it up a few times because when I saw the $8 million, I said to myself, this is not going to be good for us. So I go to my boss and I tell him, this is going to cost us about $8 million. Actually, the number initially was like $5 million, and then it just kept growing. Thankfully, my boss took it fairly well, but other individuals didn't take it so well. As a matter of fact, they called me a bunch of names. They said, why did I have to find this? And my response was, why did you have to do this? Like, how was that my fault that we mishandled students in our organization? By the way, it got even better because a majority of our students were from Kuwait. And so the Kuwaiti industry said, listen, you guys have mishandled our students, and so the University of South Alabama now is restricted effective April 6th of 2016. We couldn't admit any more students from Kuwait because we had done such a bad job. And actually, this is still on the internet. I just pulled this down yesterday. So in meetings that I was having, people were still saying, how could you auditors find this? And I said, wait a minute. Kuwait said that we can't have any more students. This is not just us. And I found myself defending a position that I should not have to defend because as auditors, we didn't create this problem. We simply found it and reported it. Anybody ever found themselves in a situation like this before? Nobody? Oh, wow, I'm the only one. I feel special. Oh, I feel real special. So, okay, so if you ever find yourself in a situation that is close to being as difficult as this situation, I'm going to tell you some things that you can do to have some of those tough conversations. Now, the first thing I want you to do is assess your situation. And to assess your situation, I'm going to give you 3 questions that I want you to ask, and I'm going to tell you why these questions are important. The very first question I want you to ask is this a difficult situation that I'm in? Now, a difficult situation, that can be defined multiple ways. Typically, it's a situation that's temporary. It could be budget constraints. It could be you have things going on at home that are just stressing you out. But the first question I want you to ask yourself is this a difficult situation? Because you can have a difficult situation that may not lead to a difficult conversation. So the second question I want you to ask yourself is this a difficult conversation that I need to have? Now, the fact that we had students coming in from other countries, that was not a difficult situation for me. The fact that we were mishandling them and we were losing money meant that I needed to have a difficult conversation. So the next question I had to ask myself is this a difficult person that I need to have a conversation with? The first person I needed to talk to, my boss, he was not a difficult person. And so the conversation went fairly well. The next person that I needed to talk to, however, was an extremely difficult person. And difficult people make difficult conversations even more difficult. Now, why are these 3 questions that I'm telling you to ask important? Have you ever delivered bad news to someone who was pleasant? If you ever have, the conversation was probably okay. They handled it like an adult, even though it was a difficult conversation or a difficult situation. What happens with us most of the time is we're facing difficult situations or difficult conversations, and we have good people that we're talking to, but because we're so scared and we're so nervous, we create these scenarios in our head of how the conversation is going to go, and we become scared to have the conversation at all. So if we ask ourselves these 3 questions first, it'll set the baseline for how good or how bad the conversation is going to go. So that's our first step that we want to do, is ask ourselves those 3 questions. Now, the next thing we've got to do is strategize, especially if we're dealing with a difficult person, because we have to figure out how are we going to handle this person, especially if it's an emotionally unstable person, an adult who acts like a toddler. Thankfully, we don't have a lot of those in this world, but when you come across them, ooh, you want to avoid them at all costs because you know they are going to be trouble. So we've got to strategize how we're going to deal with these people. Now, in order to strategize, we've got to ask ourselves 4 questions. 4 questions. These questions will help us to determine if it's us or if it's the person that's difficult. So let's talk about these questions. The first question is the person's behavior consistent across all interactions? And what I mean by that is the person mean to me? Is the person mean to a boss? Is the person mean to everybody that they encounter? If they are, then the problem is them and not you. So that's the first thing you want to figure out. Is the person's behavior consistent across all of their interactions? The next thing you want to ask yourself is, have you noticed any recent changes in the person's behavior? Oftentimes, people have personal problems that they bring to work, or even work-related problems that are stressing them out. So is this person generally nice, and now all of a sudden, they are mean? In situations like that, I think we owe it to our clients to try and get to the root cause of what's bothering them by having a little bit of empathy for them. Because this is usually someone who's probably a good person who's going through a bad time temporarily. It may or may not be related to the news that we've just given them. I remember when I went and told the individual who was running the Center for our international students what was happening. She happened to be going through a really, really tough time. Her mom was sick, and her mom eventually passed away. But the first time I talked to her, she was extremely mean, and she was never mean. And so I pulled her to the side, and I said, Regina, is everything okay? We sat in her office for about 45 minutes, and she literally cried and told me everything that she was dealing with her mom. She was kind of hysterical, so I drove her home to really clean up, freshen up, get herself together. And then I took her to the hospital to see her mom, and then we came back to work, even though I told her not to. She wanted to come back to work. But that small act of kindness actually helped her to get the job done. So, second question, has the person's attitude changed recently? Because this may be a good person who's going through a bad time, and if we continue to press them in a difficult time, we may not get the results that we need and or want either. The next question you're going to ask is, do you feel overwhelmed or stressed when you talk to this person? We all have that one person. Every time we see our phone ringing and we see their name on the caller ID, we just get this in our stomach because we just don't want to talk to them because we know it's going to be something bad, something that we don't want to hear. See people over here, she's laughing because she's probably, you just looked at her phone a minute ago and saw somebody calling and was like, oh, I got to put this down. I'm not talking about you. It's right behind you. So it happens, though. Certain people make us nervous. Certain people we don't want to talk to. And we have to figure out why. Sometimes it's all in our head, and sometimes it's really because they're just a terrible person. But we have to ask ourselves this question so that we can determine what the actual situation is and how we can handle dealing with, working with, and being around this individual. Now, the fourth question that we have to ask ourselves is, have you tried to have a calm and open conversation with that person before? If the answer is yes, how did that go? And how is that different from what you're facing now? See, every time I talked to my boss, we had calm conversations, even though there was a lot going on at that organization. That's my nice way of saying a lot of stuff was really messed up there. Yeah. But he was a very calm individual, and so I expected him to be calm consistently, and he was. However, there were a few individuals that reported to him every time you talked to them, you knew that it was going to be drama. It was going to be a conversation that was irrational, didn't make sense, just made you want to tell the person to be quiet, but you were too nice to do that. So, have you tried having a calm discussion with them, and how did it go? This is your baseline for dealing with this individual. Dealing with difficult people, or dealing with handling difficult conversations, difficult people is a whole nother session altogether. Having difficult conversations is individualized. So you have to have a personal understanding and relationship with every one of your clients, because all of them are going to act differently. So those are the 4 questions I want you to ask yourself. Then, after you get all that together, you're still going to make some mistakes. Now, I'm going to tell you about some mistakes that I've made. I'm going to tell you another story. This one I like to call the angry audit client. Bad things always happen when you sit at your desk, right? I was sitting at my desk, working, and the controller walks in, knock, knock. Hey, can you help me with something? Now, what did I just say? When people say, can you help me with something? It's always something bad, right? So she said, can you help me with something, Robert? And I said, well, sure. We can help you with something. She said that she was having problems in accounts payable. And I'm thinking, how do you have problems in accounts payable? You get an invoice, you pay an invoice. Like this should be easy. Like, is this just me? This should be easy, right? You get an invoice, you pay an invoice. So she said that there were problems in accounts payable. I said, okay, what kind of problems do we have in accounts payable? She said, well, I think we may have paid somebody the wrong amount. Well, can you call them up and ask them for the money back? She said, no, can you go talk to, and she sent us to talk to some other person. Now, here's what ended up happening. One of our accounts payable clerks had gotten an email from the CEO of this company that we do business with, and the CEO's email wanted her to change the bank account information that we use to pay them. Now, she took this email with the new bank account number, and she did her due diligence and called the vendor back. No, she didn't do that. She just changed it immediately. And so when the next payments came out, we sent payments to the wrong company. And what ended up happening was the CEO's email had been spoofed, and we were able to trace the IP address back to Nigeria, and so the money was somewhere in Nigeria. And so that's what she wanted us to look at. And we went in and recommended a bunch of controls. I mean, wouldn't you have some sort of way to identify that this email was legitimate, like calling back a phone number that you had on file or something like that? That seems kind of easy to do. So that was a real quick one. We got it done. We wrote up the report. We sent it to her, and we were trying to get on her calendar to schedule the exit meeting, but she was really busy, and we couldn't meet for about 2 weeks, and so we said to her, you have the report. If you have any questions between now and the exit meeting, you guys know the drill. Please call us, and we can talk about it before the exit meeting. We didn't hear from her, and then, the day of the exit meeting, she wanted to come to our office. It's like, okay. So she came in our office, and I had one of my senior auditors with me, and this was her first time leading an exit meeting. I said, I'm going to let her lead the exit meeting. So our client walks into the room. We're already seated. She comes in and she sits down. The senior auditor begins immediately going over the report. Very few pleasantries, just going over the report. Now, I'm looking at the client, and she has this mean look on her face. The senior auditor has not looked up, not even once. She's not even looked up to see that this woman has a mean look on her face, kind of like the lady up here. And in the middle of talking, our client stops and says, I just want to cut you off right here. I have something to say. I was like, okay. So my senior auditor, she stopped talking. Yes. The client said, I am not happy with this report. I didn't say a word. I was giving my senior auditor a chance to lead an exit meeting. She said, well, you had 2 weeks to look at it. Now, at this point, I was questioning my whole thought process for giving her a chance to lead an exit meeting. And then I was also thinking, okay, it can't get worse than this, so maybe she'll recover. And so the senior said, well, what did you find wrong with the report? Our client said, well, it makes us look bad. The senior auditor said, well, it was bad. And I'm sitting here trying to be quiet because I want her to learn the lesson. If you save people from everything, they don't learn valuable lessons in life, right? And so then the client says, well, we came to you and you make it seem like it's something that you found. And so the senior auditor said, either way, it's still bad. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, okay, that's 3 strikes. I've got to jump in now because this relationship is just going down real fast. So I jump in and I say, okay, in all seriousness, what are you unhappy about as it relates to this report? She said, well, I just told you, the report makes us look bad. I said, okay, how can we solve this situation? She said, well, you could at least give us credit in the report and say that we came to you all with this issue. That sounds fair, right? Don't you guys think that that's fair? Yeah, I think that's fair. Now, here's the thing. Wouldn't you guys say that if we didn't put that in the report in the beginning, that would make me a horrible chief audit executive? You don't think so? I think it would, because I think that should have been in the report from the beginning, right? It's okay to say it. That makes me a horrible chief audit executive. So then I said, okay, well, what else do you not like about the report? She said, well, many of the things are already or mostly or substantially complete. And we should acknowledge that in the report. Don't you guys think we should acknowledge that in the report? And if I didn't put that in the report, that would make me a horrible chief audit executive, because you at least want to acknowledge what your clients have done so far. Okay. So I conceded and I said, yeah, this is fair. We should put this in the report. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take the report back. We're going to make some updates, and then we'll send you the revised report. Doesn't that sound fair? That sounds fair to me. Okay. So we went back to our office, and I remember it too. The meeting started at 3 o'clock. It was over with at 3:30. So the next day at 3:30, I sit down at my desk with the audit report, and I just push send and send her the exact same report. Why did I do that? Because everything she complained about was already in the report, which means she probably didn't read it anyway. Now, here's why I tell this story. Oh, by the way, before I even tell you why I told the story, You guys know in Outlook where you have the red receipt, you can see when someone actually read your email? So I pushed the button at 3:30 and sent the email. At 3:31, she sends me, first I see the red receipt, and then she sends me an email back saying, "Thanks, this looks great." There's no way you read a report in 1 minute. This was a difficult audit client, but her issue had absolutely nothing to do with us. I recognized that it had nothing to do with us, and so instead of arguing with her and wasting my time and everybody else's time, I told her we'll take the report, we'll make some updates, and we'll send it back to you. It saved my sanity. So, the biggest mistakes that we make: not understanding, not knowing your goal. You see, my senior auditor, her goal was, I gotcha. My goal was to actually get the audit report out. That's my alarm letting me know I have about 10 minutes left. My goal was to get the audit report out, and my client's goal was to get us out of their hair. So our goals were misaligned. Now, me and the client, we were in lockstep. I wanted to get this thing done. She wanted to get it done. My senior auditor had a different agenda. I don't know why. We talked about that later, and I straightened that situation out. The next mistake is not respecting the other party. You see, these two young ladies were probably about to fight if I didn't break it up. The next mistake, though, is not working towards a solution. We were too busy blaming the other, and we weren't working towards a solution together. The next mistake is not describing your intent. I should have told her as soon as we walked in the room, I'm ready to get this audit report out the door. That was my mistake. I didn't say that up front. The next one is using provoking and toxic words. I already told you what my senior auditor did, and that just, yeah. And then the next thing is focusing on blame, which is what my senior auditor was doing, blaming the client for everything. So those are some of the mistakes that we make. So where do we start, though, if we want to have these difficult conversations? Most people would say we start at the beginning, but where do you start? Well, first thing you have to do is think about your goals. What is it that you want to accomplish? What is it that the other party wants to accomplish? How can you merge those goals? Listen, let's just be honest. Most of the time, we want to get the audit report out the door. Our clients want to get us out of their area. Those goals should align. That's an easy one. The second thing you want to do is establish rapport with your clients. Now, I know what you're thinking. How do we do that as auditors? Clients are afraid of us. They might like us, but some are afraid of us, some don't like us. So how do you build rapport? Here is what I suggest we do. Two rival soda companies, Coke and Pepsi. But did you know, in the 80s, they actually worked together. And here's what they worked together on. They worked together on sustainability efforts. You see, consumers were complaining about the plastic bottles, and so they found a common interest. Now, for us as auditors, if we can find a common interest, or what I like to call a common enemy, we can start to work with our audit clients. For example, when I finally looped back around to my angry audit client, what I started saying to her were things like this: shame on the Nigerian hackers for hacking us. So now I've created this common enemy. What's that old saying? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. So now the auditor is not the enemy, the hacker is the enemy, and we can work together and put in better controls against the hacker. See, your clients don't have to like you, but if they believe that you're working towards a similar goal as them, they will at least respect you and work with you long enough to achieve that common goal. So what I advise people to do is take the Coke, Pepsi approach to it. It works. Now, the third thing we want to do is work on needs. She really needed the problem fixed. We really needed the audit report done because I was tired of talking about it. So we both had needs that aligned with each other. If we can work on our mutual needs, then oftentimes certain things just don't matter. So I grew up reading a lot of comic books. When you look at quote unquote superheroes and villains, you'll see that oftentimes when there's a common enemy, a superhero and a villain will work together. Batman and the Joker work together. It's very common occurrence when you determine what's needed, people will put aside their ego. Good people will put aside their ego. Let me stress that again. Good people will put aside their ego to work towards a common goal. Now, the next thing I want you to do is work on new solutions. See, here's what I mean by that. Everybody has that one friend that is always talking about the past, that one thing that you did that they don't like. And that's the friend that you don't like to be around. But we all like people who talk about the future. Hey, here's what we're going to do. Especially if that something that we're going to do is something that is extremely positive. So with our clients, we can talk about what's going to happen when we implement these new controls. What happens when we get in this new control environment? The next thing that we're going to do is think about this. You don't have to be honest in the moment. Now, I know some of you are looking at that right now and you're thinking, wait a minute, Robert, are you saying that we should be untruthful and we should lie to our clients? No, that's not what I'm saying. Anyone read the book, Simon Sinek? Why am I drawing a blank right now? I think I'm worried about burning up over here. What was that? Start with Why, sorry. Simon Sinek, really good author, wrote a book called Start with Why. Now, I want you to watch this clip that I'm going to show you and what he says about you don't have to be honest in the moment. Uh-oh.
And it was the worst thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
All right, let me go back again so we can hear that from the beginning.
Honesty always has to be honest, right? It's like honesty is really easy, just tell the truth. But honesty doesn't have to happen in the moment. And this is a lesson I've learned. So I went to see a friend of mine's play, and it was the worst thing I've ever seen in my entire life. If she wasn't in it, I would have walked out. And at the end of the performance, I hung around with the close friends and family in the foyer, and she eventually came out, still in costume, still in makeup. And she knows I'm an honest broker. After the thanks for coming, the first question was, what did you think? Now, I'm an honest person, but she's all jacked up on adrenaline. She's all jacked up on emotion. Now is not the time. But the problem is, I can't lie. We lie all the time to protect other people's feelings. You get given a gift, it's the ugliest sweater you've ever seen in your life. And they go, what do you think? You go, oh my God, I love it, thank you. You don't love it. So don't say you love it to protect them. But you don't have to be honest in the moment. So what I said was, oh my God, I'm so proud of you. It was so amazing to be here and watch you do your thing. I've never sat in the audience and seen you do your thing before, and it was so much joy to see you on stage. All of that was true, and that was it, done.
So in other words, there's a time and a place for everything. And while we want to be honest with people, maybe it's time to spare their feelings right now and come back to it later. Oftentimes, we want to push our views on our audit clients when it's not time yet. Not yet. So, handling difficult conversations with clients. We have a few moments for questions. So what I'm going to do is pause and see if there are any questions. I think there may be some people with microphones, and they might run around. And while I'm giving them a chance to get the microphones, if they have them, if you want to connect with me on LinkedIn. There's a QR code. There's a gentleman over here who has a question. There's a QR code. There's my best-selling book, Ask Better Questions, Get Better Answers, Perform Better Audits. The best book in the world about how to ask questions while auditing. My podcast, Audit Bites. I like it. A boss loves it. So, handling difficult conversations with clients. Here we go. There's our microphone guy.
Thank you very much for the insights. and the tips given for overcoming the difficult situations. But if you can reflect a little bit on having a general perception, managing the general perception of audit within the organization, how that can help in all kind of situations.
Yeah, so managing the general perception of auditors in the organization. So here's one big problem that we have. Oftentimes, the first time we see clients is when we're about to kick off an audit or when we're about to plan an audit. That is the biggest problem that we have, is managing our reputation and our visibility. So here's what I used to do. I would take a listing of all of my clients, and it would be a long list, and I would split it up amongst the department. Everyone was required to visit whoever they were responsible for at least once a quarter. Now, here's what ended up happening. For the clients that you like, you ended up visiting them monthly, sometimes weekly. For the ones that you didn't really like that much, you would only make that quarterly obligation. But the more they see you, the more comfortable they become with you. I was a chief auditor at one organization for almost 10 years. And let me tell you how big of an impact that has. At one point, I wanted to buy data analytics software, but I didn't have the budget for it. The controller took money out of her budget and paid for the IIA data analytics system for my department for 4 years. All because we had a good relationship. All because I visited her often. All because she saw me regularly and she understood that I cared about her business environment. So that is the problem, is managing our reputation. I encourage auditors to study marketing because we have to market ourselves. And if we don't know how to market ourselves, our clients are only going to see us when it's time for an audit, and they're going to look at us as the auditor, not the trusted advisor, not the strategic advisor. Hopefully that answers the question. All right, any other questions? Well, it's flashing up here for me that time is up. So I want to thank you all for having me. I've had a great time here.
You really made this topic not only easy to understand, but also fun. Thank you for continuously sharing your voice and bringing unique energy to the session. Huh? Thank you again.
Ladies and gentlemen, now let's take a moment to honor and celebrate those who achieved their internal audit certifications in 2023 and 2024. Dear Munir, please join me to the stage to honor certified internal auditors. عمار اللواتي، إسماعيل الزجالي، مهند أبو بكر، صادق العجمي، وسيم مشتاق خان، ديبوك داس. Dear new CIA members, please join us to the stage to mark this important milestone. Congratulations to all of you. كلهم مع بعض يصوروا ولا؟ أوكي. مهند أبو بكر. وسيم مشتاق.
Deepak Dasos. As we wrap up our fantastic event, I would like to call upon Rubina Fatima, IIA board member, to lead us through these closing remarks and acknowledgement of the event. Please welcome Rubina to the stage.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Wish you a very happy National Day. Wow, what a wonderful event. Really wow. I mean, this is definitely one of the landmark events for our profession that we had this year. The international speakers, the international attendees, 300 people here. 14 hours. 14 hours of insightful, thought-provoking, and engaging sessions. I would like to extend my sincere thanks on behalf of the board to our partners, to our sponsors, to the fellow board members, and especially to the amazing team that has been working since months tirelessly to put up this wonderful show. Thank you so much. And a big thank you to all of you participants here who have scooped out the time from your busy schedules to make this a success. So please, let's give a standing ovation to all of you present here. Thank you so much. And I would like to say that marking this event, we just want to progress. We want to make it better and better each year, and we're looking for your support. And we wish to see you next time, inshallah. So thank you and ma salama.
Thank you, everyone, and I wish you a happy National Day. Thank you.